Testing 1 2. Are we live? 3 4. What's going on, everyone? Welcome to another stream here on the Pokerstaples channel. Thanks for joining me on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. It's been a second, man. Listen, what's the deal? Where have I been? I got the flu. And it was brutal, bro. It was brutal. I'm telling you guys. It was the sickest I've been in a very long time. And I've been sick a lot this year, unfortunately. November and December and February into March now. But yeah, it was like, you know, it was a standard illness in the beginning. You get the fever, you sort of get the chills, your ache all over the place and stuff like that. But it just didn't stop, dude. I got it about 3 weeks ago now, and I had to go to the doctor last week on like Wednesday or so. Still got some stuff messed up in my ear and in my throat. I'm definitely on the mend, like feeling better all the time, but like I'm not 100% still. So I'm gonna do my best today, even though, you know, it's still a little tender. But I gotta be back, man. I gotta get out there, play some poker, grind it out in the streets. So excited to see you all again and play some cards. We got a special stream today. And this kind of definitely put me back in action today because planned this out with PartyPoker basically. So we're doing a 3-challenge contest today with Matty Ice. Very excited about it. It's going to be a lot of fun. This is how it works. There's 3 pillars of this challenge, okay? The first pillar is Sunday tournaments. So we're going to play the regular Sunday schedule. Let me make sure I actually have the tournaments that are up for grabs. But it's like the big Party Poker ones. Just give me 1 sec. All right. So 320 Super, the 215 Super, the 215 Big Sunday, 109 Party, and the 22 Carnival, and the 25-pound Party Poker Tour Path. So all of those are included in the MTTs. How it works is whoever gets the most cashes, or like profit or loss in those tournaments, and you can re-enter as much as you like, is going to win that point. So that's the first contest. Heads up against Matty and I. We're playing the same stuff today. See who does better. The second point is 10 spins. So we're going to play 10 spins for $100 each for $1,000 total. Total cashes in that is going to win the second point. The third point is a heads-up match on Tuesday where the winner gets a point. So those are the 3 battles that we're doing. We're going to do the first 2 today. At least I'm going to do the first 2 today. Matt wasn't sure if he's going to do spins today or another day. To be determined. And then we're going to go from there. So that's the plan. Excited to battle it out in the streets today, catch up with all of you, and yeah, play some cards. So let's get in and play. Start off with the Super 320 just registered. Let's get it organized and set up. Should pop up in a second here. Okay. How's that? Pretty good. We can make it a little bigger maybe. And turn those sounds off. I guess you guys can't hear the sounds actually because I don't have desktop audio on. But I'm going to turn it off for me. Okay, nice. Putting green. Next up is going to be the 215 Big Sunday. This is just a freeze out. Usually we read this one a little late, but I'm starting early today because of the time change. So we're going to hop in pretty early today. Here we are. All right, good to go. We went a little pot there. We are into the 215. Next up, let's get the 55 mystery bounty. That's going to go on table 1. As we get that organized. Okay. I guess we'll fold this open. So let's do the buy-ins here now. We've got a 320 and a 215. So let me add this. 320 plus 215 so far are our buy-ins for the tournament contest. Hello, Bcar. What's up? Golden Pig is on. I don't think that's very kind, man. I don't know what your intentions are with calling me the Golden Pig, but I don't feel like it's a compliment. Either way, welcome. Hope you enjoy your time, Andre Sanchez. Okay, so Mystery Bounty. We actually put Mystery Bounty in gold. I forgot. It's been a second, dude. I'm going to be a little rusty today for sure. Just because I've been ill for so long, bro. So long. Brutal flu. Terrible. Totally terrible. Okay, nice. So we're in those tournaments. Next one starts up in 16 minutes. That's the 55 Masters. We are early today for sure. And let's see what else we can get. There's a 33 bounty. We could play that for fun, maybe. Hold on the turn there. There's a satellite to the Super 215. I like that plan, so let's get in there. Hey, Fungal Wizard. Dropped the 40-month resub. Welcome back to the team, Fungal. Happy Sunday, Jamie. Hope you're having a good weekend and good luck on the streets. Let's go. Thank you, brother. Things are good. Happy times, for sure. Getting over the illness, but we're almost there. And happy to be playing cards today. So how's that? On table 6, the buy-in is numbers, because we don't have a tag for small. Excuse me. Okay, sweet. That's obviously not in the contest with Matty. And get 3-bet, we fold there. What's up, Duong on Facebook? Welcome. With the 4 deuce. And I'm going to get this little 33.7 max turbo as well. Might as well throw something up on table 3. Just a little knockout here. Give us something fun to play, and that gives us 5 tables. Plenty of stuff to think and focus on. The 6 deuce. Hey, Duong. How are you, man? Welcome. So yeah, today I'm probably going to be a little more chill and a little quieter than normal, just as, so weird, dude. It's like a little in my ear and a little in my throat still. I went to the doctor this week, and it's not infected enough for antibiotics, but it still hurts, so. So yeah, got to work it out a little bit. See how it goes. I've been prescribed this like awful like nasal rinse, basically, where you got to boil water, put salt in it, and like rinse out your nose and stuff. So every breath I take is salty. It's not good. Don't enjoy it. Ace 5 here is going to be a fold on the button to finalist. Should add B card to the challenge as well, not just Matty Ice. Yeah, true. Probably the stakes are a little high for B card, I would think. Let's look at the ace-jack suited here. Pretty good hand. Good to see you, though, Balud. What's up? Let me call with ace-jack suited. Golden Pig is absurd. Yeah. It's a bit of an oxymoron because it's... I think pig is a bit derogatory, but the golden is the best. So I don't know. Do we want to raise here on Jack 6-3? I don't know. It's kind of close. Like, very likely to have the best hand, but I'm also thinking about how many hands do we have that want to raise here? Some. There's some like flush draws. If we have a 4-5 suited or a 7-8 of spades or something, we might think about it. But we do practically just set ourselves up in bad spots against a few hands in their range. That would be aces, kings, queens, sixes. We lose maybe our whole stack against those hands and are in really tough spots. And then we win more against king jack and queen jack, but the thing is those hands are going to triple barrel anyways, right? Maybe queen jack doesn't, but then we just bet the river. They go for the big bet. We definitely call here. Jack 10 2 pair. Ayah, dude. That's a hand, for example, we could have definitely got value from on the flop by raising, right? It's the argument for raising is getting extra value from those hands. However, I don't think that Jack 10, if it doesn't make 2 pair, actually calls a raise in the flop, a bet on the turn, and the bet on the river. It probably folds. Anyways, we lose a stack there, but we're going to keep battling. Ace 10, we c-bet, get called, check, check on the turn. And fold to the pot bet. We're going to bluff here with king 10. It's a pretty good bluffing hand, even 3 ways, because we have the gutter to the nuts. We have the backdoor nut flush draw here. A lot of stuff that has potential. Kevin Martins, what's up, man? Good luck to you. And Matt Grease from Belgium. What's up, brother? Thank you, man. We get a lead of 7,200. I think we call here. Got enough flush draw. We can also bluff shove the river. But we don't need to. We make a flush. It's possible they have a full house, but unlikely. They're going to squeeze ace-queen pre-flop, right? So queen 7 suited, sure. Queen 3 suited, sure. But mostly we've just got the goods here. Jack 10 bluff. We take it down. We take it down. Let's go. We just call squeeze for too much to call with ace 10. They could be tilted, but probably not. They're senior. They play a lot of these tournaments. Like, probably just have a good hand here. Flush is good. Damn. Let's go. Making some big hands early. Granted, we did just lose a big hand in the 320, but we're back above starting anyways, so. Bro, look at all this. Look at all this, Bray. Damn. Good luck, James. Much love from SoCal. What's up, Jeremy Bird? Pleasure to have you here, my friend. Thank you for the good luck. All the best to us on good fortune today. Check, check. We lose to the higher straight. That's all right. We didn't lose too much with the lower straight there. So a limp and a bet. I don't think there's enough reason to continue here. Gonna check against Vegan 8. Min bet we call. Full the turn. Hey, Kibby NYC, the legend. What's up, brother? Thanks for the 80-month resub. Get to love of the chat. Pleasure to have you here, man. What's up? Have you avoided the flu, man? Have you avoided it? I sure didn't. Got absolutely rolled after the Four Nations. But we're on the mend. Full dare A7 is all right. For the check call, I think is good. Good luck. What's up, Hero G? On Facebook, welcome. Mongolia, welcome to the stream, my friend. Race get a call 745. This is a really good flop for educate yourself. They're often going to lead on this flop, actually. The fact they don't implies to me that they probably have some sort of showdown value and or hand that can continue a lot of the time. So I don't like bluffing here. We don't pick up any equity. I'm just going to check once again. And fold. Cool. A 5 is a very reasonable hand for them to have there. It's a likely hand, honestly. If you could pick any hand, 5 is probably the most likely. Batyabar says good luck. Bat Bayar. Welcome, Bat Bayar. Thanks, man, on Facebook. So the battle with Matty Ice has begun here. If you guys weren't here at the start of the stream, let me explain how this works. We're doing 3 challenges, Matt and I. The first is who has the best profit and loss in these select tournaments today. That would be the 320 Super, the 215 Super, the 215 Big Sunday, the 109 Party, the 22 Carnival, and then the 25 Party Poker Tour Path. The 25 pound, excuse me. So whoever has the best profit loss in those, you can re-enter as much as you want, wins a point. The second point is for total cashes in 10 $100 spins. That's the second challenge. So obviously if you win 2, you could win the whole thing today. The third challenge is who wins the heads up that we have that we're going to play on Tuesday. We're going to play a heads up match. He's going to be streaming, so I'm going to be, I don't know if we'll be on voice call or something like that, but we'll be playing a match on Tuesday and looking forward to that. That is the battle with Matty Ice today. Winner is going to get a prize. Can't tell you guys anything more than that yet, but winner gets a prize. So there you are. That's what we're doing today. That's what makes it, different than a normal Sunday. But we're obviously within that challenge is all the Sunday tournaments as well. We're going to try and win some money, ideally. Hopefully. Quite a big bet. Quite a nice turn. Take it down. Okay. Good stuff above starting stack there. Above starting stack. Well, basically add starting stack in all 3 of these. Like not too much progress or anything. I'm going to go for a small bet here 3 ways. What up, Matty? Hey, Scott. I'm Jamie. My brother's Matty, but welcome, man. Thanks for tuning in. On Facebook. Always love the Facebook launch, dude. Tons of people watch on Facebook to start the day. Howdy, my brother. 1:30 a.m. Monday morning in Perth, Western Australia. Good morning, man. Good morning, good evening, whatever it is for you, Luke. Welcome to the stream. What's up, Christopher? How's the day going? It's still early days here, but I'm hopeful. Our top pair somehow won when the board got worse and worse and worse there. That's crazy. Definitely expected to lose there, but that's fine. Yeah, so it's a mixed bag today. One, it's nice to get back out and grind some poker. But getting over the flu at the moment. Not really right now. Like, I had the flu 3 weeks ago is when I got it. I'm better from the flu part of it. I just have a little bit left in like my ear and throat. Just a little sort of, a little bit of something left. So that's a little painful and annoying. Makes talking not as fun as it usually is. So that's the worst part of the day, but you know, c'est la vie, how it goes. Ace King suited here in this 33 bounty. We flopped a nut flush draw and a gut shot. And we still have 2 overcards to make a strong pair, so. I think we just put the money in. We have just more than a pot-sized bet. It's probably better than betting like 20,000 and leaving 13 behind. Pulled that all in this little satellite. 5 spots pay into the 215 in this one. On our nice 5 tables, could get up to 6. There's the 55 Masters that just begun, but I kind of want to leave a table open for the Super 215, which starts next hour. You know, I don't want to overload or anything. Open the aces. Becky to call, king on the turn. Bet. And win. Okay. Easy enough, no bounty for us. We're chipping up a little bit there. Let's go to the 10s in the Big Sunday. We raise under the gun. It's not a very good flop for our hand, is it? I think you want to check with some Queen X, with some Jacks, with some 10s on this board. It's a decent board for our range, for sure. But there's not a lot we're protecting from or getting value from by betting 10s. So thin bets? Yeah, I think so. Targeting a 7 here, I think we would have heard from a queen on the river or an ace probably on the turn most of the time. And likely on the river if it didn't on the turn. Rolling in the satellite, we need a king. We need another 10 or a king. Oh, there it is. Beauty. Let's go. I'd say you can almost grow a beard. Yeah, it's not super thick, is it? It's not a super thick beard, but nonetheless, I don't mind it. I do need to trim it up, actually, though, because it is out of hand. It looks a lot better when it's in, I don't know, in control, which it's not at the moment. Like I said, I've been sick, man. But it doesn't grow very fast. Definitely not. I don't have to trim it very much at all. I'm actually going on a podcast tomorrow. In person here in Montreal. So we'll need to get it together a bit more. But the turn. Against what's likely an overpair here. And it's going to put them in a tough spot. I don't think we want to bet all in anymore. I think this is fine. Good afternoon from your Canadian neighbor in Newfoundland. Good luck. What's up, Chris? Oh my God, we both flop flushes. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Super unlucky for them, but we're double stacked now in the Big Sunday. Thanks for tuning in, Chris. Appreciate you, man. YouTube a bit of a mixed bag, man. It's really interesting to see the different dynamics of chatter on different platforms, you know? Facebook, always so kind, supportive, very international audience. We got a lot of people from Mongolia, Central Asia that tune in on Facebook, which is cool. Very kind, friendly. Twitch is the OGs, the absolute legends that have been in the channel forever. It's calm, it's peaceful. It takes a while to build up on Twitch. But it's like, you know, we've been friendly for a long time. And then YouTube is a mixed bag, you know? Some long-time supporters that don't have as much time to tune in, but they check in every once in a while. And then some of the most bizarre people in the world. I don't mean most bizarre, but most of the haters are on YouTube. And it's weird as to why. Because, like, you would think there'd be an equal proportion of haters per platform, but that's just not how it works. We have to fold in the satellite. I don't know what it is. Maybe people feel like the least connected to human beings on YouTube just because it's such a huge platform, whereas like Facebook and Twitch are a little bit more personal, maybe. Sevens here. Beautiful. This is a hand we get to reshove. Ooh. Well, that's not true anymore. They've 3-bet to a size where they're clearly going all in. Sevens doesn't do very well against an all-in range here. So I was pumped to have this hand, and now it's a fold. It kind of sucks. Ace-8 is decent on the button, and we're also going to open Ace-Queen in the Big Sunday. Get a call from Kiera Husky. This is definitely a check back. They have a lot more nines than us. I mean, you can bet. It's not the end of the world to bet. Like, you're going to get value from Jack-10 and Queen-10 and Queen-Jack and Jack-7 and Jack-6 and all that. You know, those suited hands that they might have here. But they also just have a lot more nines. Our hand plays really poorly against a check raise. There's a lot of turns we can continue on here. Any 10, any jack, any queen, any ace, any club. And then on bricks, we can consider bluff catching as well to try and like catch when they have straight draws and they're betting the turn. So we have a lot of options here, but 7 is one of the worst turns. Doesn't bring us a flush draw, and we're probably just done with this hand if they bet. If they don't bet, I think they probably have a 7, and I also think I probably don't want to bluff it. A 7 or Ace-6 or Ace-10 or Ace-Jack. But they bet, and we'll fold. It's a very small size, but we'll fold. Oh, I got to pee so bad, dude. 14 minutes. We're all into the satellite with a piece of trash, but we kind of have to. We need a 10 or an 8. Or a heart. Ooh. GG. Okay. In my opinion, let's get this 55 going now. Because we're going to have room for the Super 215. So I'm going to put Table 255 in action. This is the 55 Masters. Freeze out. Let me add that buy-in to the total buy-ins, but not the contest buy-ins, because this does not count. This one doesn't count for the contest buy-ins with Matty Ice. Finalist opens. Kirkevkar calls. Oof. Just going to flat here. I think we're not going to get enough respect if we just squeeze it up. As much as, like, it'd be fun, we're just going to get jammed on too much, and then we have ace-deuce against a jam. It's just not so good. Fold. Good luck, Jamie. You're the best in the business. Have a profitable day. Thank you, brother. Appreciate the kind words. We have a lot of profits in a row, actually. I mean, I think we've had 3 winning Sundays in a row. We're going for our 4th here. And things seem to be going well, so. Fingers crossed. Good luck to us, Chad. Thanks for tuning in on Facebook. And we win. That's cool. Good stack here in the big Sunday. Off to a good start. These are usually tournaments we late reg, but it's kind of fun to play them early. Here I'm going to bluff because our hand is trash. So I don't really care if I get raised. It's like, it's my last hurrah in the pot with that hand. So there's no direct bounty available here. This is a mystery bounty, which means the bounties get included later. I don't think it makes ace-queen offsuit worth it. You see Spurs today, Tad Jammy, wouldn't you say? It was a close match, but I also think that Bournemouth is a better team than us at the moment. So I'm not too upset with the draw. I mean, obviously I'd love Spurs to be the best team in the Prem. I don't think they are at the moment, but, you know, we're making progress. We'll take the point. It's a weird one for Spurs, I think, James, because our season is almost over already. Almost. It's not, right? Like, every match matters, and I'm going to watch every match and, you know, support the boys and stuff like that. But if we can't come back in the Europa League and win to continue in that contest, I think our chances of getting top 6 in the Prem is extremely low, almost 0. Our chance of being relegated is maybe 0 or almost 0. And when we're done Europa, we're out of all the cups, we're out of Europa, we're out of everything. So it's a weird... This is the weirdest season for Spurs for me because, like, I've never been at this point where there's nothing to play for at this point of the season, you know? There's always been a little bit more... Like, we've always been in contention for the top 5 or 6, right? In the league. So, yeah. It's interesting. We'll see what happens. I'm still... I got belief in the boys. I got belief in Ange. I'm still content with what's going on, but obviously the results are right now directly not so great. So let's see. What's up, Faust? On Twitch, what's going on? Welcome. So we get a lead. We call check here. This is a call in the 55. Ooh. Okay. A great result there. Not perfect, you could say. With the Jack of Spades, it's really tempting to continue in some facet. Yeah, probably should. Probably should, man. It's just too strong of a card, Jack of Spades. You know if Matt is streaming today? He is. Yeah. He's on his way to his place, and he will be streaming. We're battling today, actually. Matty Ice and I. Full to the back race. Yeah, he was just in Lethbridge, I think, so he'll be streaming, and we are playing these same tournaments. Whoever wins the most or loses the least gets a point in our battle, so it should be good fun. You'll see him out there soon. DT Poker says, what's up, Jamie? If you had your life expenses paid for 12 months, had to start poker again with only 1K, I think you could turn it into 100K within those 12 months. It would happen some percentage of the time, but it wouldn't be likely, right? Like 1K into 100K, you would take a lot of volume and you'd need a really high win rate. So at your 1K, you'd be playing low stakes and you'd be able to have a really high chance of success. But when you get up to like 10K or something and you're starting to add in like bigger tournaments, 55s, 109s and stuff like that, your progress will certainly slow. So yeah, I think it wouldn't be likely unless you're like one of the very best players in the world, of which I'm not. You know, I think, you know, like the online guys that excel at high stakes poker, I think likely would be able to do it. I don't think I'd be able to do it. It's possible, you know, and some percentage of the time you'd run hot, you know, you'd win a 22 or win a satellite into the 109 and bank it for 11K, get off to a hot start or something, right? Like, it's possible, but not likely, I'd say. In this hypothetical, though, you know, why start with 1K? If you have a year of living expenses, why not start with 11 months of living expenses and start with a bit more, right? Or like 10 months or 9 months, like, but you know, it's a hypothetical game. I get it. We're going to 3-bet here. Ace-3 suited. We got sub-hype. Nexus. What's up, Sean? Thank you so much for the resub. Get some love in the chat for the legend. Nexus. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you always. Thanks for your support, man. Welcome back. Let's bet against LaFowl. And bet again on the turn. I think picking up the flush draw. Question is, do we want to put the river? We beat some floats. That would be King Jack and Ace Jack. Jack 9 suited, maybe. We lose to some other stuff too. Ace Jack makes a straight. Ace Queen probably folds the river. King Queen now calls off. I think we give up on this river, especially blocking the flush draw we want them to have here. We do block the nuts, but I think they're just going to snap call with King Queen when they have it. We could get Queen Jack to fold, and that's probably what we'll be targeting by betting the river here. I don't think it's going to work enough. Ace Queen. That's the hand that is in a tough spot. And I think LaFowl probably finds the hero based on our previous interactions together. I think they just end up calling. I don't think it'd be a good call, but I think they just call anyways, for what it's worth. Granted, yeah, well, I did just check with one of my triple barrel bluff options there, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I think Ace Queen would have to fold. I think Queen Jack would have to fold. I don't think we always get those folds, though, you know? Open ace-9 here in the 320. But off to good starts in our two biggest ones of the day, and in the contest with Matty Ice as well, so that's good. Yeah, I just got a text from Matty that to another group, but he is definitely starting up soon, so. Matty stream will be coming for any Matty fans that are waiting. 7-3 off. It's pretty trash, but we are pretty short. I guess I'll fold. I could be wrong. I'm not super convinced. I'm not sure what to do with 7-3 there. It seems close. Oh, 2 minutes till I can pee, dude. My goodness. Call for 600 with the twos. Not a hand we want to squeeze here. Just try and flop a set, which fails, unfortunately. That's all right. I think I'm going to call here in the Masters. King 7 suited. I think it's enough to call. So with a check. All right, break after this hand. What are we going to watch? There's a new highlight that came out about a week ago, so we're going to put that on the break after we play this hand. Now let's bluff here. Our hand is not going to win a showdown, and we can represent this queen jack, these diamonds, pretty well, realistically, so. Cool, thanks. Love your YouTube videos, by the way. Do you have any tips for beginners? I'm going to do my best to sort of explain what I'm doing throughout the day today. So I think sort of listening to that and trying to understand why I'm doing what I'm doing is hopefully useful for beginners. Also, feel free to ask questions, man. Anything you'd like to do. Hit me up, you know? Like, feel free to ask in the chat and I'll answer. We're on a 4-minute delay, but, you know, we'll do so. All right, back in a few minutes. Pokerstaples on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Stay with me. That's not the right thing. There we go. Bro, because 10s against King 8 for 172,000 chip side pot. So we get a $100 bounty. They survive, but damn. Holy crap. Kind of need to lead here. I know it's sad to lead. Because it's like, oh, man, but they might just fold and, like, we want to get their bounty and stuff. But it's like, bro, this is a board where we're supposed to lead. There's a bounty in play. Like, yes, we flopped the nuts, but also we're going to want to lead with all sorts of other stuff. And it worked. Let's go, man. 100%, baby. 100%. Another 50 bucks coming our way. We have $150 already. Appreciate you very much. We bet again here against Maris. I don't really want to see them check jam it in my face, but I would call. We should value bet our ace king, right? We should value bet. All sorts of worse hands that can call us here once. Not as many that can call us twice, I would say. And we win. 3-bet ace queen. A little awkward against a 4-bet jam. To be honest, again, it's like not the action we really want to see here. But against everything else, it's all good. I will call against a 4-bet jam. But it's not really my choice of action. 3-bet get a call. 10-9-3, 2 clubs here. I think good check back spot. I'd probably bet with ace jack. Ace queen is not a value bet and not really a bluff. So we check back, turns a queen. They bet 625, we call. Against a bet on the turn in the river, we are bluff catching here. I think there'll be enough bluffs. We're worried about 10s full of 9s. There's 3 combos. Quad 9s, there's 1 combo. Queens full, there's 3 combos. And then king jack is the question mark. I really think that king jack offsuit is going to fold to a 3-bet, right? So we've got 4 suited king jacks. They check. Do we have a value bet here? Realistically, yes, right? Like what? I mean, queen 10. Maybe we value on ourselves against queen 10, to be honest. Check, I guess. I'm trying to think about what pays us that's worse, right? And it was ace jack, right? Yeah. Wow. That's pretty fun. Don't actually think we raise, even though we flopped absolute dreams. I think we just call. And overbet, we call again. This is so good vibes, man. Quad 8s would hurt, but, you know, we're going for all of it. I guess 6-7 of diamonds would hurt too, for what it's worth. But sometimes the river hits, sometimes it doesn't. It's X% of the time. Raise get a call, king 6-4. I like betting with this hand. I think we definitely want to do a decent amount of checking on this board, but not with top pair, second nut kicker. Pretty strong, you know? Check the turn. Much better for their range than ours. Want to check here a lot after we bet the flop. Yo, 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 what's up? Welcome back to the stream, everyone. Hope you're great. Okay. So what we're going to do now is get the 215 going. The 215 super, and that's going to be on table 6. And so this will be one of our buy-ins for the challenge against Matty Ice. So I'm going to add that to the buy-in total now. We've got 3 of our 6 tournaments are in action in the Matty Ice challenge. So that's good. Ace 7 against a limp. I think I'm actually going to jam this here. It's not a great hand or anything, but against a limp it's probably okay. Especially when we're so short. Excuse me. Against 9-5. Well, there you go. That's a weird hand to see. All right. We're dead there. But it's actually okay because there's one tournament I really want to play right away, and that is the Tour Path 25 pound. Which is going to go on table 3. So adding that buy-in as well. This is a satellite. It's 25 into the phase final, which is in just a little bit. Okay. So adding that. And we've got a nice 6 tables. Everything's good. Desktop audio is muted, so I can start up some music on the side for myself. I'd recommend you guys do the same thing, honestly, if you're vibing it. Right, let me catch up on Twitch chat here because we got something from Fungal Wizard. Always wanted to see you do a challenge, was buy into a 1-cent satellite and work your way up to try and get to a 109 ticket. That'd be fun to watch. That would be fun, dude. It might be a little bit better of a YouTube video though, because like it would take place over a long period of time, right? But it would be a fun challenge. I've done it once where I got to start at a 110 buy-in. It got in for a 109 ticket, cash for just over 300. I've made bigger cashes in tourneys, but that was easily the Swedish cash I've ever had. It was a wild run. Let's go. Open the ace for suited. We get 3-bet from Oliver. And a call from Antonis. Well, I guess we call here given how deep we are. Call with ace queen. You could just jam here pre as well, but I think call is better. All in the mystery bounty 55 with queens against ace king. Which, you know, we don't really actually want to see a 4-bet because it's like, it's more profitable when they call or when they fold. Against a 4-bet, we're against a range of jacks plus and ace king, which we do fine against, but like not amazing. Excuse me. All right, let me add 55 to my buy-ins. But this Super 55 is thankfully not in the contest with Matty, so does not work against us there. And look at this. In the Super 215, this is Greenfeld. We want to rep Queen X here, allow them to bluff on the river. We can still get raises in when it's like a non-club river, you know? And we have quads, which I expect is the best hand. We want to bet pretty big here. Not because we have quads, but because there's a lot of draws that missed, right? Clubs and straight draws missed. It doesn't make too much sense for us to want to bet huge with a queen. A king is probably going to bet on the flop. So there's all sorts of reasons that this looks full of crap. So we get to bet pretty big for value. Against fours, which bluff caught for probably all those reasons I just mentioned. I don't know, probably call, right? Cheap price. Excuse me. Literally too cheap to fold, getting like 5s of 1. Yes, out of position, but some backdoor flush draw and straight draws. I will fold the turn, though. It is possible to get exploited when they min bet there, but you've got to think about what the range looks like for choosing to min bet, you know? Not just theoretically if they construct their whole range around deciding to min bet. It's what are they likely to take this line with? And against that, I don't think we have enough equity. Is this your full-time job? It is, yeah. Yeah, I've been a streamer for 11 years, creating poker streams. And then also a poker player full-time for 14 years. What happens if one of them see you live? We're on a delay. So 4 minutes and 20 seconds delayed. What you're seeing happened 4 minutes in the past for you. Ugh. Go mate, crash and collect. I'm gonna cash and collect if that's okay. Nicoli Rusu on YouTube. No crashing for me, only cashing. Doing my best. I'm optimistic for today. We're off to a pretty good start. I mean, nice chip ups in all 3 of these tournaments down here, which are our biggest on the screen so far. Seven-handed here. We get 3-bet with ace-queen offsuit. The button. I'm glad I called. It's actually honestly close. You're on the line with ace-queen offsuit here. Under the gun. Against a lot of people you can fold. I don't think against the button. You should. That's gorgeous. I'm gonna bet the river against big blind bear. And they fold. Okay. Excuse me. Raise 3-bet. This is going to be a 4-bet here. Not huge, but not tiny either. We are out of position. Look after your brother. Don't crash into him all the time. I'm here to battle against Matty Ice, bro. There will be no letting up against Matty Ice. Especially today where we're battling each other. What a turn. What a turn. Don't have it. Don't have King Jack here. Have Ace Jack. Take it down. Okay. King, Queen, Jack. We raise pre-flop, get a call. We're going to go for a small bet here. Check, check. We win against a Jack, I would guess. Queen 8. Okay. Raise, call, squeeze to 16,000. I give up. I think I should bluff here, right? We have a load of trash. Whoa. Whoa, the jam is big. We give it up. Ace Queen offsuit's decent, fine. Gonna 3-bet here against Royal Flush. Oh. Got a bit of phlegm in my lungs. So annoying. going to check raise here with a decent draw. Double gutter, essentially, but give up on the end. Min bet call again, I think is fine. We're probably behind like a trashy pair here, basically. In which case, probably don't try and bluff it, just like hit our free equity. Almost free. We bet 2,000, we're gonna put in a little raise. And hope they're curious enough to call with like 7x or deuce x. If they raise back over the top, they've probably made two pair most of the time. I wanted to see the river on the ace-king hand. Brian, was that a pot against you? Are you at A24? But yeah, glad that king came on the turn. All right, I'm going to take 2 minutes of silence here, chat. Just to rest my throat and my ear. I'm going to stop talking for 2 minutes, and then we'll resume. A rest break. Okay, what a turn. Excuse me. It's a really bad river to bluff. We have a pretty bad hand to bluff with as well. Block the sort of draws we want them to have, so we'll just give up against SWAT. Glad I did. Had the king. And sorry for the chill vibe, guys. I just think I'm struggling a little bit more than I would have expected with the ear and the throat. Unfortunately, I'm not as recovered as I would have hoped today, so just might have to be a little bit more relaxed than I typically am on the stream. There's a lot of sinus pressure, you know. Buenas tardes, Senor Staples. What's up, Daniel Sorolla? Good to see you, man. Our resident musician. So a couple interesting pots. This is a good flop. And then here we flopped a set 3 ways. We win. I think we got called there as well. Let's see. River to queen. There you go. But called on the turn with queen high is worth noting. Here, our c-bet gets through with the set. PGD dropping the 55-month. Risa gets a love of the chat for you, boy. PGD. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. As always, man. More month than Spurs have points. 55. Yeah, I don't know where we're at. I was just saying, PGD, in the chat a while ago, like, it's a weird moment for Spurs because ever since I've been a fan for like maybe 7 years now, 7-8 years, there's always been stuff to play for at this point of the season. But if we don't win the second leg in the Europa League, we are going to be kind of like almost every game will be inconsequential. Almost like we're not getting top 6, we're not getting relegated, we're out of all the cups, and this is our last sort of hurrah at European football. This match on Thursday, so curious to see how it goes. Check raise in the flop, we call, they bet on the turn. Pretty nightmare spot. I'm going to fold here. Theoretically, I think you're going to peel one more time, but I just think people don't over check raise there. And then here, we just made a set. Disco with the fried chicken dance emote. That's pretty cool. Set over set. Let's go. What a sick result. All right, so this is a mystery bounty. Mystery bounty doesn't kick in until 20% of the field is left, but, you know, pretty good result. We're back to starting stack here, but 2.5 stacks in the 320. We'll take it. 1.5 stacks in the 215. Chipped up in the 25 tour path, which all of those that I just listed are part of the challenge with Matty Ice today. So that's good. I just feel like a lot of hands come down to if there's an ace in the flop, a lot of people just fold when it shows up. Guilty as charged. That can be the case, for sure, Brian. Like, good players try and avoid getting stuck in that trap where ace means like, oh, they've definitely got a pair of aces. But against people that aren't at as high of a level, there's often times on a board like, you know, if the flop is ace deuce deuce and they're in later position, like they've got so many hands that have nothing. And when your opponent has an ace and you have like queen jack, you're drawing almost dead, right? You have almost no chance to win the pot. So I think you're right in certain circumstances. What the heck to do with eights here? I'm gonna flat. Under the weather, I hear winning is a good cure. That'd be nice, dude. Be nice to book a nice little win. Recovery is just taking forever. I take solace in knowing it's not unique, though. I was talking to John Party the other day, and like,
He struggled for about a month after getting the flu, dude. And there's another Canadian on Twitter. You guys know her in the Twitch community. Maybe less so on YouTube and Facebook, but Queen Bee is her name. And she also had the flu, and it took her over a month to recover. Needed to get some medicine and stuff. Pretty brutal. Pretty brutal. Call down on the river, so we win up here somehow. We went with the ace-8, so it was 8s against ace-8 against jack-7. There you go. We seem to be winning every pot at the moment, which is pretty fun. Pocket 10s in the tour path. Should be favorites to win Europa League. Yeah, 1-0 down, though, in the first leg. Bad turn. Okay. It all depends on Thursday. If we can't get the win, it's dangerous. Or one of, but it's quite comical how both United and Spurs fell off. Spurs because of injuries, still your performances haven't actually been bad. It's not got the results. Yeah, I feel the same. I'm not as pessimistic as the fan base. It feels like every game we've played, we've had a chance to win, basically. So, I don't know. I'm optimistic with our squad, for sure. I think we've got a good squad of players. Let's go for the squeeze here with ace-4 suited in the Big Sunday. United just suck. That's the difference. Yeah, what's going on with United? Lost Rashford. Wanted to leave. But what about the rest of the squad? Just bet call here. We have just over a pot size bet left in the pot. We flop a pair. All of their broadways have missed. It's I think it's a spot where we just want to bet and then call off against a shove. There's going to be enough flush draws and just like ace king that plays weird, you know. Take down a pot there, 100K. How's poker been going the last few weeks? It hasn't, dude. I was under the weather, so I really was doing almost nothing at all. I kind of just, for the first time, started doing stuff on like Thursday, I think. Thursday went to the doctor's office, got the all clear that everything is clearing up, so yeah. But I might have to go back to the doctor's on maybe Wednesday or something if I don't get better, because I had this like sort of dull pain in my ear and in my throat for over a week now. So yeah, there was no poker going on during that time, dude. I think one Sunday I played on my PC and didn't cash anything, but obviously didn't stream, so. It's not my plan for February. I was hoping to have a really fun, exciting February of action and fun vibes, but the whole month ended up being almost a write-off. It's okay timing though. Like, it's not like a lot happened in February. You know, big things for me this year are the Party Poker Tour in April and in June and in August, and then the last two to be determined / announced. But those are big events for me, so I really want to sort of optimize, make sure that I'm healthy and good to go for those as best I can, of course. and continue these online grinds on Sunday, which are they've been going so well this year. We've been crushing. So yeah. Call King Queen wins a pot there, which is nice in the 320. 1.5 stacks, baby. Check. Muggy W in the house. How you doing, Jamie? We're hanging in there, brother. How are you? Good to see you, man. I actually just finished really good book this week, Catch 22 by Joseph Heller. A good sort of absurd story from World War II of American soldiers off the coast of Italy. Yeah, great sort of absurd book. Really enjoyed it. Took a while to get into it, but once I got into it, it's pretty good. So I finished that up this week. And main read right now is War and Peace. I'm about 380 pages in out of like 1,300, so it's a really big book. We'll still be reading it for a while, but enjoying the process. And then trying to clean up some nonfiction as well, Muggy W. I've got a bunch of nonfiction books that are in various states of completion, and so I'm trying to sort of prioritize them a bit more. History of Philosophy by Bertrand Russell. I'm like 200 out of 800. There's a music textbook that I'm going through, about 20% through that one as well. A book on the history of Ukraine that I'm chipping away at. So yeah, assorted, folded the big bet on the end here. Sorted nonfiction on the side of that one. So that's what's up, man. Did you watch the SBF on Tucker's podcast? It was interesting, and Sam ended up being in solitary the next day. Wasn't granted permission for the interview. I didn't hear that. I saw a clip on Twitter of him talking about being in prison, but I didn't watch the whole interview. In general, I think Tucker is like an egregious person, but sometimes he has interesting people on and ask them interesting questions. So I'll watch those clips when I can, but in general, try and avoid Tucker Carlson as much as I can. But yeah, I did see the clip that he was in the same cell as Diddy. I mean, it's crazy. Kind of small world of high-profile criminals, Hey, Jamie. Can go better. I play GG Micro. I finish all the time, 100 out of 3,000. Can you give me some advice, please? First of all, join us on PartyPoker if you can. Join us in the PartyPoker streets. I think you'll like it. Support me and my team and what it is we're doing here. In terms of your results, it's really normal to finish 100 out of 3,000, right? Like that's not an unlikely thing. Think about it. Let's say you're an average player. Let's just assume. Obviously you probably think you're better than average. Most people do, but let's assume you're average. 1 in 30 times you're going to finish in the top 100. 1 in 30. That's pretty rare, I'm not going to play 30 tournaments today. So if you're playing a 3,000 person tournament, only 1 out of 30 are you going to be on average finishing the top 100. Never mind going the distance. So, what happens, I think, often in poker is you'll have a bunch of different results. And, you could be finishing in the top 200. You could be finishing in the top 100. You could be finishing in the top 50. You could be finishing in the top 20, right? You could be getting 10th place a couple times. These are all results that are going to happen naturally due to the variance of the game of poker. You've finished 100th a few times and you've seen a pattern that isn't there, right? It's just ended up that you busted in 100th a couple times. But you're taking it on as what am I doing wrong? Now, there's probably all sorts of stuff you're doing strategically wrong that you can improve to give yourself better and better chances of running deep in the tournament. But you can't really look to your short-term results and be like, okay, I'm finishing at this point. Here's the strategic leak that is causing me to finish at this point in the tournament. It's probably just variance and chance, right? Because really what you're doing when you're good at tournament poker is you're just making it so that you're finishing in the bottom 10%, the bottom 20%, the bottom 30%, 5, 6, 7% less than other people. And you're finishing on that final table, the deep 5% runs, an extra 5, 6, 7%. But you still have variance within those results, right? It's still, at the end of the day, you're still going to have to win a bunch of 50-50s to win poker tournaments. So you're just increasing your frequency of those deep runs and decreasing those frequency of those short runs, but you still have to go through the variance. So let's say don't read too much into it and just keep focusing on like your strategic decisions of how to maximize your money, your value in each poker hand while minimizing your risk in a tournament, you know? Like get more specific, I think is key. That's always been a struggle for me as well, personally. I don't know if this resonates with anyone, but like when I think about things in the world and when I think about even poker strategy, I always struggle on like micro memorization stuff because my brain sort of sorts it out as not important. I also think it's why I forget names often because not that people's names aren't important, but it's more like the conversation you're having with the person and sort of your engagement with what it is that you're talking about is much more important than like the categorization of their name, you know? So I often find myself sort of dismissing or not engaging with information that is only useful in very specific situations and trying to be sort of pragmatic about information that is useful more broadly. And I think that's good practice in a lot of scenarios, but it's not great practice if you're trying to get really elite at poker because you need to have expertise in those very particular areas. You need to sort of know what your strategy is going to look like on a queen 4-3 at this stack depth. And that's always been a struggle for me. It's more been like, okay, in this category of hand, I'm going to generally do this. And here's maybe where there might be some exceptions, you know. So I don't know if that resonates with anyone, but like it's always a battle for me to dig into the micro. It's a leak of mine. Well, it's not necessarily a leak. It's just a truth about like who I am, you know, that has pros and cons. I think honestly the best, like the perfect job and design for me of what's my favorite stuff to work on is really creative stuff, right? It's like big picture, creative, dreaming, architecting, like large picture ideas and experimenting and stuff like that, riffing on ideas. I think where I struggle the most as a person is taking those sort of big architectural plans and then executing on the minute details of each of them to make it happen. That's where I struggle. So yeah, carries over into poker as well, for sure. 3-betting kings against Jow Bauer, who I played with Jow Bauer, like, we were playing poker together 13, 14 years ago. Definitely one of the OGs in the Super 320. Tucker is egregious, but he gets the most interesting guests. He does get some extreme people, for sure. Putin, SBF, he does get some wild people in his pod, there's no question. Or however, I don't know if it's a podcast or where he puts stuff out, but... United don't have the right mentality, in my opinion. They overspend on big-name players, but they have no leader. See, Liverpool and City, the big-name players literally all force each other to raise the game and fight for everything. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, like the culture aspect of things. There's something nice about being in a group where you push each other to be better all the time, you know? Oh, sick, War and Peace. Any initial thoughts? Yeah, so War and Peace is like, to me, it's the book that is the most, like, cliche as intimidating, right? It's like a book by a Russian author. It's super long. It was written 200 years ago. And it's got a title called War and Peace, right? About, like, ancient Russian battles, right? Like, it seems really intimidating. The actual experience of reading it is not intimidating. It's not a challenging book. It's got a lot of characters, and that's really the only challenging part about it. But you get a grasp of sort of how things are going, and the structure of the book is really like you have this battle and you have all of these characters that are in battle and how they're engaging. You see different people's motivations and why they're doing what they're doing, and the experience of battling in war, and sort of experience the naivete and the youngness of a lot of these warriors, right? Like, it really doesn't glorify war. And then the piece is largely like the high society sort of social engagements of people in Russian society at the time, different families and sort of how it works and the drama that takes place between them. So it's very much just like two parts of society at this moment, and you can glean interesting insights into human nature that I think Tolstoy is pointing out. And it's a great book, but it's really not challenging. It's just long with a lot of characters. That's it. So I'm enjoying it so far. I think he's a great writer. You know, like, it's clearly, I haven't read hardly anything from Tolstoy. Maybe like a short story, but that's really it. So this is kind of my first foray into his stuff, even though I've read a lot of Dostoevsky. And yeah, he's enjoyable. He's more social, more writing about like upper class life in Russia than Dostoevsky's like slightly depraved, writing about lower classes and psychological. Tolstoy's is a little bit more societal, a little bit more upper class, a little bit more like polished people, I guess. So yeah, it's a good book, man. Enjoying it. It's long. Hey James, greetings from Denmark. Have you ever been here? I haven't, dude. I haven't. I would really love to. Closest I've been is Berlin, which is not very close, to be honest. But I haven't been north of Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Norway, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland. I've got a lot of Europe to experience for sure. And I look forward to doing that at some point, but not really right now. You know? So yeah. I'm like 250 pages into Count of Monte Cristo. Tompa's story as a shepherd is told now. Nice, dude. Awesome. Love that book. So much fun. Dantes. The legend. It's such a good book, man. All right. I'm going to pot there in the 320 in a great spot. A great spot. Speaking of great spot, I mean, this is pretty nice. With third pair and a nut flush draw. And we win. No bluff on the end from them. Wonder what they had here. Ace 10. Cool. So the check call here, I think. Flopping second pair. Thanks to bro. I only play one game, not multiple tables. Much appreciated. 100 respect. Cheers, Nicolai. Which is fine. You know, there's no right or wrong answer. I generally choose to try and like increase my revenue by playing multiple tables. It's also a little more interesting for the stream. We have a higher percentage of deep runs, etc. But it's not a wrong thing to, whatever your table count, it's not theoretically wrong. You know, it depends what your goals are. Have you thought of writing a poker book, or have you already? Not really. I think that there's a lot of poker instructors that are better at explaining the technical aspects of the game than I could be. You know, I could collaborate with someone. This is a small bet, which is pretty interesting with ace 10. So we're bluff catching. We don't block hearts. We don't block king jack either. I think we have to call for those reasons. It does look like value, but like our hand is just so good to bluff catch there.
We have a straight. And we had a royal flush redraw as well, but we win. Yeah, so I think the technical aspect of like a poker strategy book is would be challenging, you know? Like describing the math and sort of coming up with the scenarios to describe the math. I think it would take quite a lot of work. And then also I don't have any like flagship results of like, oh yeah, I've won a World Series of Poker bracelet for $1 million, or, you know, I've won this online tournament for like 500,000. My biggest score is 105K. You know, I think I have a decent amount of poker chops. I'm pretty good at poker. I can teach a lot of people things, you know, mid stakes, small stakes, beginner to high stakes. I think I'll have some wisdom that's useful to them. But like from a marketing perspective, it's a lot easier for someone with 2 bracelets, whether they know what they're talking about in tournament poker or not, to market a book. It's a lot easier for sort of math majors to describe the mathematics of poker in an applicable and easy to understand way. And then from a psychological perspective, people that have degrees in psych are going to be a lot more apt to write strategy when it comes to sort of optimizing mindset around the game of poker. So I just feel like I'm not good enough in any area particularly to write the textbook. Where I am sort of interested is writing a little bit more of a personal story in terms of my time in poker, which is not done, by the way, but I would love to write a memoir of sorts, you know? I have various things written down. I probably have like 30,000 words or something about various stages of life, but in some ways the story is still unfolding, right? It's not like the story is not complete, so to write a memoir now kind of doesn't feel correct, you know? Also, so much has changed. Like there's so much that's gone in my personal life over the last 13, 14 years that is still sort of evolving and developing when it comes to personal development and health and battles, that it's hard to write about the thing without being clear on the other side, you know? So yeah. I've thought about it for sure, but I don't think it's the right time anyways. Ollie Otto. Hey, Jamie. Love from Stuttgart, Germany. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you, Ollie. Thanks for being here. I definitely think writing will probably be a part of my life. That's a really rich thing to say for someone that doesn't write all the time, right? Like, it's so easy to talk about writing. To actually write is the practice of spending hours and hours and hours of actually doing it, which I haven't done. And so who the hell am I to say that I'm probably going to write in my life without having done that, right? Like, that's practice of writing is really a practice, you know? But anyways, I still do believe it, even though it may sound cliche and ridiculous, because I just find myself most alive and ignited when I'm thinking through things and trying to make sense of them and trying to illuminate them in certain ways, you know, finding problems that present themselves and sort of breaking them down and presenting how I think about them, or how I think I should think through them, or other people should think through them, right? You know, that sort of stuff is also interesting to me. So, oof. We lose this flip to the sixes. Yeah, GG. We are out of that 25 round path. If there's another round path, we'll hop in. You know, I don't know what writing looks like in the future for me, but I'd love to write a regular column, or I've never written any fiction, although I read a lot of fiction. I don't think I'd be good at it, but I haven't tried, so I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, man.
All right, Sunday party starts in 8 minutes. Okay, let's just wait for that then. Also, the 22 Carnival starts in 8 minutes, which are both part of the challenge with Matty Ice. So I'm just going to leave table 3 for now. Ready for the 109 Sunday party when it comes. But we're decent here. 2.5 stacks in the 320, half stack in the 215, double stack in the Super 215, chipped up in the 55, and chipped up in the 55. So overall, things are pretty good right now, but to be determined in terms of what the day looks like. Dude, I'm curious, how do you maintain focus when you're playing 6 tournaments simultaneously? I would ship bricks. Well, it's a good question. So first of all, I have a lot of practice and experience, right? I've been doing this for a long time. So I started with 1 table, and 1 table was plenty for me when I started, and then 2 was like way overwhelming, and then it was relaxing, etc. The other thing is, like, a lot of these decisions, it's really easy to sort of treat everything as a decision and then dismiss it and move on to other things, right? So this Queen 6, for some people, they may have to really think through this, and they'll look through everything like, oh, I don't know, what do I want to do? Queen 6 is not very good. I'm going to fold. And then they watch to see what happens. Like, well, I wonder what this guy's going to do. I wonder what this guy's doing. I wonder what this guy's doing. And then you're behind on all the tables, right? For me, like, there's nothing to learn. Like, this Queen 6 is a fold, is a fold, is a fold. It doesn't matter who raised here. Doesn't matter. Unless there's any bounty incentive, it's just like a fold. And then it's gone. And I'm thinking about something else, right? This ace king, we see a pot size bet, jack 7-7, 3 ways, our hand's not good enough, it's a fold, we're on to another decision. Ace 8 under the gun, it's not quite good enough to raise 7-handed, we fold, another decision. Queen 4, never a raise in this position unless there's a bounty incentive, we fold. And now we have no decisions, right? So there's nothing to do. Oh, we have jacks, we're going to raise that. I don't have to watch it though. When it's my turn, it's going to flash up, this is my turn, I know it's going to be a raise, there's nothing to think about. Next decision. Queen 3 suited under the gun, not good enough, next decision. Ace 6 on the button, raise under the gun, not good enough, next decision. Waiting on the jacks, checking in with Matthias in the chat, right? So it's just like, you get into the practice of treating all of these poker spots really as just like, here's some information, what is the best thing to do? Is it my turn to decide that? Yes, it is. Execute. Done. You get good at that. We're actually in a close one here, though. I could either 3-bet call or I could flat. I think a just call is better. They make it 2.5x. It is profitable to 3-bet. Against a 4-bet all-in, it's like neutral, slightly profitable, right? If we 3-bet and they call, it's very profitable. If we 3-bet and they fold, it's very profitable. The other option is to call here, obviously, which sometimes we get into some problems. But then sometimes we create a really big pot with a strong hand too. So it depends. We'll see. We call with jacks. And actions on the big blind. We're actually going on break after this hand. So I'm going to get the highlight video ready to go. And a squeeze. Now in this spot, we played our hand really passively. So we're going to go all in with this one. How's your Anjo meter today until the equalizer? You had to be out? No, I'm still in. I believe in Ange. I believe in a long-term prospect with him. I believe in seeing him through the season until at least next season, mid-season. If things aren't going well in a year with the squad of players we have after they've had some time to play together, and we find ourselves like lower half of the table next year, no chance of Europe, out of the cups, then it's like, okay, something new. I believe in Ange. I believe in the squad. I think it takes some time. I'm Anjin, bro. I'm Anjin. I'm patient as well. I think it's like there's not enough matches to determine what it is we're doing with the squad, you know? We need to give it time. Jacks against ace 10. Decent flop. No ace and no 10, and we're good. There we go. Okay. Quick break. Pokerstaples on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Stay with me. So we lose to straights. We lose to flushes that just got there, spades. We beat 7x, 8x, 3x, deuce x, diamonds that miss, worse kings. Probably the occasional 6x goes for a big bet on the turn there, I would guess. King 7, worst king. That's very unlucky for them. We're just going to call it 10-7-3. Pretty dry, pretty fine to c-bet, I think. You could check back occasionally too, but I think you want to c-bet this more. More check like ace 9, ace 8, ace jack sort of hands. C-bet the worst aces, c-bet the best aces. Call for 200,000. Double gutter. An 8 or a queen will give us a straight.
We should bluff. Trying to bluff ace king, trying to bluff ace queen, trying to bluff ace 10. But we have a straight. Hopefully they don't have... We have a straight, right? 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, hopefully they don't have queen 10. That would hurt me. That hurt me in my heart. Defend with king 5 with hearts. Ooh, pretty awkward here. This is actually a soft bubble too. 3 off the money. Call the c-bet. You could check raise too, but I think it's a little intense. The thing is, this player is a senior. They're gonna barrel appropriately, etc., etc. I'm not super happy with this, but I think we have to fold to a turn bet. It's a good barrel card, but we gotta fold to a turn bet. It sucks. This is gonna be a call as well. They're all in for 3 blinds. We're in the money here. Red fell type. Okay, so we do have one in the money. 450 cashed, and we've got ace 10. So it's gonna be a call 3 ways. Side pot's pretty small, but we hit a 10. We need an ace now. Okay, we win the side. Oh, no, wait, we don't. The side was between us. Okay. That's fine. We're in the money. We're chilling. There's not a lot of payout pressure now. Do we have fold equity? They min raise off the stack. I don't know what to do with this hand. I'm all in. I don't know. There's not a lot of ICM pressure here. There's not tons. We have 8.5 blinds, king, queen suited against hijack. Just the thing that sucks is that they are min raising off 16.8 blinds, right? It's kind of strong. It's nice to see ace 8, which means the range is wide enough to open this. Come on, let's go. We win the sort of flippish, slightly behind. We win, we suck out slightly to get up to 6.7. I'm uncertain about that hand, but you know. Bro, what is Baby Fox coming at me for, baby? Let's go, 10 million. Coming into the FT, 6 of 9. Is that even true, or are we better? No, we're 6 of 9. It's okay, though. We're doing fine, dude. 699 cash right now. First place is $5,500. And we just won a nice pot there. I mean, chip leader has 24 million, then 20, then 14, then 12. Here's a 23 I missed. But we're not too far off, man. Everything's fine. So let's get it done. Let's win these things. We're in the money here. Red fell type confirmed. 187 bounty in play. Do we call and hope they squeeze? Or do we just squeeze ourselves? Probably just squeeze ourselves, I think, actually. Because it can go really wrong if we call and they just call. And there is big amounts of chips here that we might get an overcall from, so... this is an all call every day. Ace queen jack 6 is for huge bounties. Oh my goodness. Hold. Oh my goodness, dude. We're winning everything, dude. We're winning everything. So we're up to 475 in bounties. Hello, chat. Thanks for hanging out. We're back from break. Rebecca says there's a banner broken on one of these tables. I don't think so. Ace 4 off here. We're going to defend in the big blind. So we've got an update from Matty here. I'll play for you guys.
I'm off to an absolutely freezing start over here. Combined big blinds between all the tournaments is about 100. So there's your update.
So we are battling Matty today. If you guys didn't know this, we're playing a 3-pronged battle with my brother Matt Staples, who is also a streamer. The battle is first MTT's profit and loss in these 5 tournaments today, 6 tournaments. 320 Super, 215 Super, 215 Big Sunday, 109 Party, 22 Carnival, and then 22 Party Poker Path to the Party Poker Tour, right?
So that's 1 point. Whoever does better on that. We are so far in 4 out of the 6. We haven't re-entered any, but we're in 4 of the 6. We're actually in 3 of the 6. One of them we busted. The second point is 10 $100 spins. Whoever cashes the most wins. So we're going to do that today. I think Matt's going to do that on Monday or Tuesday. And then the last point is a heads-up match on Tuesday that we're going to play. It's 2 o'clock my time, at noon Matt's time. We're going to be battling it out, and that is the last point. Whoever wins between the two of us is going to win a prize to be announced. So, yeah. That's what's up. Okay, let me send Matty an update. Hello, Matthew, Brother Ice. I hope you're having a fantastic, fantastic Sunday everywhere but the felt, because we are battling today. And, you know, we battle every day, of course, out here in the streets, getting after it, trying to pad our own pocketbooks at everyone else's expense. But today is special because, of course, we've got this little challenge going on. Just to give you an update, I'm in 4 out of our 6 tournaments, or I've entered 4 out of 6. No re-entries or anything. And I'm still in the 320, 2.5 stacks. I've got a short stack in the 215 Big Sunday, and I've got a double stack in the 215 Super. Still need to get into the 22 Carnival and the 109 Sunday Party. But we're off to a strong start, and I feel good and strong today. I feel confident, and I feel like I'm the rightful winner of this challenge. And the thing is, you know that I believe that. Whether it's true or not, you know in my heart that that is there, that it exists there, and that I know it's true. So whether it's true or not, does it matter? I don't think so. I believe that this is my win to have. I would say good luck, but it's being dishonest. I love you as a brother. We'll say that. Okay? Be well. I'm all in with ace-queen suited. You're going to have to wait to find out. Goodbye. That's it. Against ace-jack. Oh. They've made a straight. I'm going to have to re-enter the 215 here. So let me add 215 to my buy-ins against Matthew Bands. And we try again. So that is not ideal, for sure. Pretty unlucky. Jamie, I used to love your vlogs. Me and my brother would watch every episode. Are they coming back anytime? I think I'm going to make some vlogs when I go do the Party Poker tour stuff. The thing is, the vlogs are going to be quite different than they were back in the day. Because my life is really different than it was back in the day, you know? So I would like to vlog, but they're going to be... Well, I just, you know, I don't need to vlog, right? Like no one's telling me I have to vlog. It's a project I'm going to do largely for fun, with the main intention being, one, it'll create some interest about the Party Poker Tour as I play it. People will get to sort of see what it's like. But then two, I get to tell a story about my authentic self, right? Like who I am as a person. Who I am as a person is different than it was 10 years ago. Not everyone is sort of up to date on this version of me as a person. So it's an opportunity to sort of like, you know, share and where I'm at 33. But my day-to-day life looks very different, you know? Like when we used to vlog, it was all about busyness, in my head anyways, right? It was like, we need to fill up the day. Every single second of this day needs to be about grinding, about climbing, about figuring out how to level up in some way. I don't think about life that way anymore. Not that there's nothing admirable about like trying to improve in poker or various aspects of life, but I don't necessarily think the pursuit of becoming more as a person is the right way to live all the time, you know? You can do it whenever you want for whatever reason, but if you're doing it for reasons because you think that you have to, right, or you think that you're not enough the way that you are, statically, you know, at some points, I find that the pursuit of more might be an escape from the present. Does that make sense? This is a premise that I've come to believe to be true, that like sometimes exceptionalism and competing in various avenues is an escape from being alive at times. And so when I look back on those vlogs in the past, you know, I was having a blast trying to compete at all these avenues, but I think I also missed out on a lot of being alive at that time because I was so focused on this sort of arbitrary, non-important goal, you know? So how I feel today and now is I actually spend a lot of my time consuming art, a lot of reading, a lot of listening to music, watching films, spending time with Rebecca. And yeah, there's for sure work too, of course, right? Like there's poker playing and poker streaming, and there's poker learning, and there's staying on top of sort of like my collaboration with PartyPoker and emails and my business and the people that work for me and all that sort of stuff. And then there's my health, you know, a couple of meetings a week. But like that, is that very interesting in a vlog? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think it's nearly as interesting to the people that like watching vlogs as the old version, you know, Leonid Franken, which was like, oh, we've got to make these fitness gains, we've got to make these content gains, we've got to make these poker gains, and we have about 14 hours to do it, and it's 18 hours worth of stuff. Let's go, right? I don't run it that way, you know. So something that I'm trying to sort of figure out is how I can tell an honest story about what it is my days look like, you know? And like when I'm at the Party Poker Tour, they're going to be full days of poker, of course, right? Like we're going to be at the poker venue, hanging out a bunch, playing tournaments, playing cash games, chilling out. There'll be a lot of poker to play, but then also on days when I'm not there, 3 hours or 4 hours of the day might be about reading a book and listening to a record. And it's like, I don't know. It's tough to, it's definitely a very different artistic vision to get that across, you know what I mean? To portray that in a film is a different thing, so. So long story short, yeah, I think I will be vlogging. Matt responds, bro is sending me an audiobook after 1 hour of play. Get to know it, Matty Benz. Do you know what happened to the Fortress 215 PLO party? I don't. I assume that it was overlaying and they decided to take it out. That's a guess, but it makes some sense. I don't know for sure, though. Hey, thank you, Costa, for the kind words, man. On Facebook, appreciate you. I'm going to catch up in the chat because I've been yapping up a storm a bit. We should bluff there. Do you have any experience with live poker, or do you only do streaming? Yeah, I used to play a lot of live poker before streaming, and then I've done some live poker after streaming as well. We streamed some live poker for about 2 months. It would have been a year and a half ago, Playground Poker. So that was a lot of fun. We actually streamed live poker, which was good. Also done a lot of live tournaments and stuff, like traveled around the world a bit, playing some live events. So I have some experience there too. Yeah. I enjoy live poker. It's fun. The problem is that it's kind of hard to make content with live poker, like stream it. You know, you can make videos, but I think even videos now have sort of defaulted to like
whoever plays the highest stakes is the most interesting to people, which is a different game of trying to get into the biggest, highest stakes stuff. So yeah, I don't know. You don't need to wait to log for your next decision when you play multiple games. I got the idea. Nice. Yeah, exactly. Nicole. Will you be in Ireland over Easter for the Open? No. The Party Poker Tour is basically right after the Irish Open. So I will be in the UK, but not in Ireland. But if you have time after the Irish Open, you can swing down to London and play the Irish Open. Should be good fun. Raise, call, squeeze. This is in the 320 mystery bounty. It's not mystery bounty portion yet, but obviously we've got a big stack and ace king, which is great. All right. Ace king 10-9. We've got the same suit. That's good news. Got to dodge a few things here. That's one of them. Straight. That's just really not good news. We're down to 100K there. PP Doc says, did you know the great TJ Cloutier used to make a regular vlog even before the existence of the internet? He records short videos on VHS tapes, carry around a sack of them, and handing them out to amateur players at various tournaments. That's a hilarious premise. What's up, brother? Good to see you, PP Doc, you legend. We love TJ Cloutier in here. Okay, and I'm caught up on chats. Yeah, I'm thinking about like maybe doing a bit more of a like not necessarily an aesthetic vlog, but like a little bit more of a relaxed, chilled out Zen kind of form of vlog, right? Like part of the problem I'm having trouble figuring out is we used to start the day with like, all right, here's the goals, here's the plan, here's what we're gonna try and get done today, right? And starting the day today, for example, was like wake up, watch the second half of Spurs, have some breakfast, and then start streaming. Well, what is there to say during that first 3 hours of the day? Like, nothing. There's nothing, you know, it's just, you're just living life. So maybe starting vlogs like that where I am just sort of filming, but I'm not really saying anything until we get to the poker parts, or I have something of consequence to say. Which is not a piece of content that is like similar to what is like working on YouTube, but it's what's working on TikTok. It's like the new format of content, you know? So I'm curious. I don't know. We'll see. I'm probably going to make one pretty soon here just to trial out the format. I also got an email from YouTube that my Jaime Staples YouTube account is going to be demonetized because I haven't done enough stuff recently, I guess. So they're going to take away the monetization. That's okay. Didn't really make any money in the first place, but the other thing is music, bro. How do I get some music in there? This is definitely a call. We don't block all the draws that they can have here, all of the clubs. 5-7 is bluffing, I guess, but like, problem with bluffing 5-7 in this spot is there's too many straight draws and club draws that can bluff. You're bluffing way too many hands if you're bluffing third pair. Of course, sometimes it's going to work. Like, I'm not hating on them big time, but it's just like too many bluffs in their range, I think, to fold there. Love how you explain complex things in a simple manner. Do you have any tips on how to do that? Bro, I don't know. I don't know. I think, like, you know, the better you understand something, the easier it is to explain or to make simple, for sure. So poker is something I've been doing for 14 years now. I have a lot of experience, so it's easy to sort of explain at least base level concepts. There's still parts of poker I don't understand well that I can't explain very well, but in general, you know what I mean?
But also streaming is helpful too, right? Like streaming is a unique skill set because you never know what's going to come at you from the chat, right? It's not like a TV show where everything is sort of pre-planned and there's like a teleprompter and you read out what you're going to say. It's really like improv more. Just voice improv. It's not body improv or anything. It's just like you guys are throwing random stuff out at me and then I am reading it and then reacting on the fly to what's going on. So I don't know. I think practicing doing that over 10 years, you develop some skills that way too. What's up, Daniel McGlynn on YouTube? Followed you a long time. Always teach me stuff on the table, how you think. Wish you and Matty and Rebecca all the best and much love from London. Hey, man, thank you so much. Are you going to be at the Party Poker Tour in London in April, Daniel? We've got a 500-pound and 150-pound main event and mini main event. So, yeah, it'd be cool if you have time. Come hang out. There's going to be side events and stuff like that as well. I actually wanted to mention this today. From Party Poker, I'll put a hashtag ad on this just because someone at Party Poker recommended if I could mention it. But nonetheless, there is a challenge if you're in the UK or Ireland. There is a challenge specifically for you. So this is only for players in the UK or Ireland that are watching right now. But you can win a package to the Party Poker Tour by earning points. Every $1 that you rake up until mid-April is 1 point. And so if you just opt in your challenges page on Party Poker, you can opt in, like I said, if you're in the UK or Ireland, and you can win a package by opting into the challenge. It's totally free to opt in, right? If you're in those markets, and each dollar you rake is 1 point in the challenge, and you can win. So if you're in those markets, check it out. We have to fold that big 3-bet all in. A heads up for the UK Ireland people. Okay, so 320 Super, we're double stack. Starting stack in our second entry of the 215 Big Sunday. Double stack in the Super 215, which is great. We wanted to get into the 109 party. We haven't done that yet, so why the heck not? I'm going to get that going on table 3. Add the 109 to our buy-ins because this is included in the challenge. It's Matty. There we go. Okay. Not that. This. There we go. Nice. As I now have all the hands, let's raise it up in the 55 here. This is 4 stacks. It's pretty fun. Okay. Nice. Oh, Brie. When is this podcast tomorrow? Okay. It's been a minute since I've been able to catch you live. How's life going? Health good? Still engaged or married now? Still engaged. No wedding date yet. I'm thinking it'll be next summer probably. Health. Getting over the flu. We have been sick for like all of February, unfortunately, or half of February. Just I have a little bit left in my ear and my throat, unfortunately, but pretty brutal. Pretty brutal, man. The flu is terrible this year. Everyone in Montreal has it, so yeah, a bit of a challenge. But you know, that's okay. Anyways, and on the mend. And yeah, things are going well other than that, man. That's not fun, Ree. Are you sure it's just one of those tax forms that needs updating, maybe YouTube? No, I think it's just like I haven't uploaded enough videos in the last several years, so they're going to demonetize it. The Jaime Staples channel. But I still have a month, so I could just upload something to fix it, basically. It's not the Pokerstaples channel, it's the Jaime Staples channel, which is where I was thinking I was going to put the vlogs. But yeah, you could always reapply for partnership or whatever, which is not the end of the world, I don't think. Glad you're feeling better. I'm in bed with a bad stomach bug today, so I'm mostly sleeping. I wanted to say hi. I probably had the same one, brother. PSR. It's definitely really going around North America, and it is really brutal, man. I feel for you, man. Hope you feel better soon, though. You know. I'm from Montreal. I go to Playground. Currently batting 1.325. Would you suggest would be the best things to study in those stakes? I think just like fundamental poker concepts, you know, like continue just to work on general poker strategy. I don't think there's anything in particular you need. I do think that pre-flop is something that you could look at. Learning about pre-flop like ranges and what it looks like in low rake games and in mid rake games, because Playground, while being one of the best poker rooms in the world, the rake I would say is medium, right? The rake is absolutely a factor in your strategy there. And so the correct strategy, I think, in a lot of spots is playing quite tight, unfortunately, because the rake is so high. So that's unnatural, but it means folding some hands that are not so good, right? Like, mathematically, you're going to be folding, like, sixes under the gun, it's like a fold. It's like, no, like, you're just not winning enough unless there's a real live one sort of in the game that's going to pay you off. So making those adjustments based on the rake, I think, is important to your long-term profitability. There's also just like so much variance in live poker. Like, you know, speaking to a lot of the player base there, you know, there's just a lot of variance where people kind of, everyone has their own theories about the right way to play and how they should be doing things. And I think some of them are right and some of them are wrong. And a lot of them are confused just based on like short-term variance, right? You know, I was stuck like 10 buy-ins after 2 months of playing like quite a lot of hours, but often my 2-5 game was the worst game in the room usually in terms of like game strength. There was mostly like a lot of the best players were playing it on stream. And just variance, and you know, rake was the same, etc. So it was like whatever. I think there's opportunity, but you've got to factor that into your decisions for sure. Hey, buddy, hope your grind is going well. About to log in and play myself. All the best, Chris. Good luck, brother. Good luck, man. I just spilled on my shirt, but there's no sugar, so it's basically water. Oh, Hawkers, bro. Did I miss the Hawkers resub? I feel like I did. Currently doing uni work. Need something to listen to. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Thank you, Hawkers. Damn, bro. I'm pretty sure I missed that. And Josh Rutan? Did I miss 2 subs? I'm such an idiot, dude. Josh Rutan and Hawkers, thank you guys so much. I don't have the headphones today because my ear hurts still, but appreciate you both, man. Hope you're both great. Talk about hands, bro. Look at all these hands. This is a spot where we've got a lot going on. Check, check, check on the flop, and they've been big in the turn. We call. Brick the riv. Nice. Good river. Could upload the bilateral highlight. It's on the Pokerstaples, but posted a while ago. No, I think on the Jaime Staples channel, I do want it to be about myself, as they actually have the jack, unfortunately. It's not like monetization is a huge deal on that channel anyways. Like, what am I expecting? Like $100 a month or something? And you could reapply. I think just try and make a vlog to get it going. Do we continue with aces here or not? Probably not. Blind versus blind. We raise, get a call. We check, they bet, they call. Or they bet, we call. I'm sorry. Vlogs aren't for me anyways, but it doesn't sound bad having unique content. Yeah, right? Why not have something unique? Especially when there's no... It's not like Party Poker is like, hey, you have to make these vlogs, or like I'm saying like, hey, I've got to do this for my career or whatever. It's like just going to be a fun project to try and tell the story. So maybe I'll just try and be creative if I don't really care about how well they do, you know, how well they do, how many views they get. Just kind of make them as they are. My favorite form of vlog was always like what I tried to do with Brando and with Chris, and we never really accomplished it. And it's not necessarily their fault; it's more mine. But I always kind of wanted to have a bit more of a fly on the wall kind of vibe to what was going on in the day. In terms of like, I would have loved to get authentic conversations with like my brother and with Rebecca and just sort of living life as life actually was, as opposed to creating life for a video by having a cameraman that sort of is just watching. That was always what I kind of wanted the vlogs to be more. We never really got it done, but we have to fold, right? Like, we just don't win here. Someone's got a king, yo. Someone's probably got a king. It's possible that both of them don't have a king, but it's not very likely, and sometimes we're going to get bluffed on the river. Yeah, it's just, yikes. We'll never know. Queen's all in against ace-king. We got a flip in the 320. This is a pretty important pot, I would say. Hell yeah, let's go. Pick up basically 2 stacks there, which is big. We're back to 103,000. We had a great stack at one point. Raise up the 3s. Chris is not a professional poker player. Right now he's driving trucks, like big equipment and trucks around Alberta, primarily servicing the oil field, but also servicing like other companies as well. Just moving large equipment, basically. Wow, a set. Had pneumonia, flu is way worse than COVID. Took 2 weeks to stop wheezing, sounding like a rattling paint can. Yeah, bro, I feel like I didn't develop pneumonia, but I had like the starts of it, right? Where like the wheeze and stuff like that. I didn't have the rattle when I was breathing in to where it got bad, but I think I had the base for it to develop. Thankfully it didn't, or hasn't yet, you know? I guess it's still technically possible, but such a brutal illness, man. Like, it's going around. I have a lot of stories of it from people, and it's like ruthless. So big fan in the Philippines. What's up, Nico? Let's go, poker god. Let's go, brother. Let's go. Roll in on the turn. It's 55 masters. Jack 10 beats ace king, and we're up to 250. And we just flatted here in the big blind, which makes this hand a little awkward because, well, we've got kind of a strong hand, but the board is not really us. But the board usually is us. So do we want to bluff on the river? Do we want to check down on the river? What do we want to do? I think check, honestly. I think they're going to look us up with, like, if they have a junkie 4 or a deuce, they're going to look us up. And we're not bluffing other ace highs, right? Kings against ace jack at the big Sunday, all in for 2 million chips here. Hell yeah, let's go. That's a really big pot. And I guess I'm going to fold on the river with ace king. I don't know. 2.6 million, great stack. Everything's going well. We've got some really good stacks right now. Would there be a market for a gambling slot machine website where 100% of the profit goes to charity? I was thinking of making that website. What's your opinion about it? I had a similar thought to you early in my career, which is like, hey, what if I just take all of my poker winnings and donate them to charity, right? And I can make money from the stream or whatever, but like whatever I win goes to charity. The thing is, I don't think it would actually translate to a lot more views. I mean, it's a good thing to do, of course, right? But first of all, on slot machines, you're going to win. You're going to lose on average, right? That's true in poker if you're an average poker player as well. But like your expectation is not to win. So most of the time the charities are not going to win anything. The second thing is like people just want to see, especially in slots, like big stakes, entertaining, stream and big stakes. And so if you're playing like 50-cent spins, you're just not going to do very well against the guys that are doing like $5 spins or $50 spins. That's just the sad truth, unfortunately, of that category, is it's just a race to the highest stakes for like entertainment. And some people treat poker like that too, but some don't, you know, like there's people playing higher stakes than me today and you guys are choosing to be here. So it's not universally true in poker, but there is a subset of people that just want to see the biggest tournaments they can. And that's, you know, is what it is. And then also, I think the thing, people want the tournaments or the slots to matter to you. So if you're giving away all of your profit, in some ways, it makes it less, there's less at personal stake for you, which is not going to help. So I don't think that idea, while very nice for the world, I don't think it would translate to success in the content game. Do you see a difference the way you play live poker versus streaming? Poker is poker is poker is poker, right? However, other people play differently live than they do online. So you're playing against human beings. If human beings are different in a different environment, you should play differently against them. You know, probably. So yes, I play different live poker than online, but that's because of people, not because of the structure of the game. I don't offer mentorship or one-on-one poker coaching. Costa. I could, but it's just, I don't have any material developed for that, right? Like I don't have lesson plans or anything like that. You know, I would be happy to get on a call with people and answer their questions about poker. But in terms of like taking someone through a course, I don't have that coursework developed, right? And like, I don't think poker coaching is an avenue I'm looking to go down, at least for now. You know, if I found myself like broke or struggling or something like that, it's definitely an area where I have enough skills to where I could make that work, you know, but it's not currently, you know, an area that I'm exploring. Watching you while I play in the Irish Poker Tour in Glasgow. Good luck tonight. Hey, man. All the best in Glasgow. There's a Party Poker Tour event there in August. So I'm really excited to head back to Scotland, man. It's going to be awesome. So good luck, and maybe I'll see you in August. Did you see the WCP circuit main scandal involving Maurice Hawkins? I don't have all the information. I saw a big bunch of stuff on social media about it, but I didn't really follow up and get all the info. So if you guys could break it down for me. I saw a debate about whether the media should intervene when they see errors on the table. There was a big debate about that on Twitter. With most of the media saying, hey, like, we can't, this is not our place to do it. Some of the media saying yes. And then most of the players saying, hey, media, like, if dealer mucks the wrong hand, like, say something. But then some players super disagreeing. I'm not sort of passionate either way on it. So, but then, yeah, so apparently this happened in a particular hand with Maurice Hawkins or something, and there's a video of it. And money went to the wrong spot. And Maurice Hawkins as an individual is a guy that has a very checkered past in terms of his reputation in poker. It's my understanding. So yeah, it seems like a big mess. I don't really know about it much. I should stop talking a little bit because my throat is starting to hurt. Let me give my voice a little rest here, okay? Let me take a couple minutes off and just rest the voice while we continue on our journey here. 6 tables, I'll keep bouncing around. Hey, Hallie Bob dropping the 12-month resub. Because of B-Car, Hallie Bob joins Team Jamie. Let's go, Hallie Bob. B-Car's a legend at community, hey, isn't she? She's so good at, like, just creating a community of people that are interested in poker and whatever, man. Welcome to the team, y'all. Shut up, Jamie. Stop talking for a second. Hey, Costa Stefanu. Dropping 99 stars. That's like dropping bits on Facebook. Thank you so much, yo. Appreciate that. Thanks for your support. Very kind. Much love to the Facebook people. It's really been a nice ad having streams on multiple platforms. It's been nice. There's slightly different flavors in every community, as I was mentioning earlier. And they work differently. Facebook starts with a bang and then chills out, and then YouTube and Twitch slowly grow throughout the day. Fold that all in. I hear Rebecca. Rebecca's making lunch. I can tell that for sure. And I can hear Rebecca stomping back and forth between her computer and the kitchen to try and make lunch, but not time out, which is hilarious. Rebecca, good luck. Thank you for making us lunch, even though you're playing a couple tables yourself. You're an absolute star and a darling. All right. So the challenge against Matty, I think, is going okay. We still need to get into the 22. The 22 Carnival. I'm going to open up that table. We have enough tables right now, so we're not going to add it yet. But yeah. Aren't you and Spraggy good friends? I wouldn't say we're good friends, but we're friends. We haven't talked much in the last several years, and that we don't work together anymore. But I got nothing but love for Spraggy, man. Spraggy's a legend. I think what he, I mean, in a bunch of ways. As a person, he's a great guy, and deserves a ton of credit in terms of who he is as a human being. But then also, I think in our career, super admirable. I think if there's anyone that I could model their success, it would be Spraggy. I think the way that Spraggy has created content over the years and told his story, and yet been authentic to himself and struck a really great balance between his life and his work, and sort of, yeah, I mean, he's exceptional in every way. So tons of credit to Spraggy. I think he deserves it. We're all in here. Rebecca, what's going on?
Just a bit of lunch.
A bit of lunch. Oh, thank you.
And a drink.
Appreciate you. Okay, chat. We got lunch as I make a straight against Kaiser Soze. So let me put us on. Do we want to do the 320 table? As I have a bit of lunch here, maybe the 320 super table is where I'll leave us. As I have a bit of lunch, I'm going to take out the face cam, but I'll catch up on all the chat after. It's good to rest my voice as well, so. Appreciate you all, and thanks for being here. I'll be back in a few minutes. Yo, chat. We got a call there, unfortunately, because just at least 20% of the range does not contain a club, you know? Their most likely hand is club, but it's not, 85% of the range, right? It's probably like 65% or something. So we call and lose there. Obviously, quite unfortunate turn, giving them the nut flush, giving us the nut straight. So we're just barely hanging on here. Thanks for hanging out while I had a bit of lunch. I know it's break in 2 minutes, but I needed that break, man. It was good. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Paul. Appreciate the kind words. We're really close to 100K on YouTube, but I'm not sure if we'll pass it. We'll see. Because I've had my YouTube channel for about 10 years now, right? So there's always churn of like old people that followed literally 10 years ago and are no longer interested and unfollow. And then new people that come in. It would be great to get to 100K. I'd love a silver play button, but not quite there. I'm going to fold these 5. Hallie Bob says, 2019, we shared the same hostel in Berlin, Friedrichshain. I miss stalking you. Brother, we weren't in a hostel. We were in an apartment, man. Did you have one of the apartments across? I miss Berlin, dude. I really want to go back to Berlin and get up to some degenerate behavior. Because when I was in Berlin, I was a little too focused on work. To be fair, that was like that was the most intense work period of my life. It was in Berlin. Because Jeff and I and Matt and Kevin at that point and a bunch of people just started with PartyPoker. We were sort of charged with running the PartyPoker stream team at that point. And so we had, I think, 15 or 16 streamers under us. We were streaming ourselves. We were in Berlin for 3 months. We were vlogging. It was pandemonium. It was insanity. And there was so much responsibility at PartyPoker as well. It was kind of, at that point, it was like, take this project and go kind of thing. So it was a pressure cooker of intensity at that point. So I'd love to go back to Berlin and just kind of live life and party and consume art and get lost in the world a little bit. Be a lot of fun, but I don't have time at the moment. Rebecca's got to be on board as well. Check here, I think is fine actually. Queen in the end is okay as well. Wow. It's probably a queen. I don't know. Problem is, we're getting 2-1, right? So 33% of the time, and if we want to make profit, 36% of the time, we need them to not have a queen. Basically a third. It's not that hard to do that. This is also a size that can have bluffs as well in the big blind. One of the problems for us here is we have a king, so it's harder for them to have king jack, for them to have king 9. Some of the draws that we want them to have here. Yeah, I'm going to fold. That's a hero fold. Theory would not fold there. It would call, for sure. I'm just going to assume that people aren't bluffing like that enough. Let me play you 5 minutes of highlights. When we come back, we can continue on the grind. Pokerstaples on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. King probably. And double final table. Let's go. We're going to call for 600,000. Pretty much set value. Pretty much. I'm not going to fold for a min bet, but we'll fold to turn bet. Even if it's min on the turn, I think it's fun.
We have to bluff with 2s and 3s here for sure, and 4s and 5s. Because we've been counterfeit. We've been counterfeit. I was there, Bray. I didn't know if you knew that, but... Open, eggs clicks it. We'll gamble with queens. 6 of 8. There's a lot of ICM pressure, but queens are really good. So, yeah. So we're all in here. Good luck. Take it down. 16 million. Beautiful stuff. Great spot. Okay, so 10-7. Raise get a call. Check, check on the flop. Turns a 10. We see a big lead from eggs. We call. I mean, great spot, right? We turn top. We turn to pair after check, check. Like, that's a great outcome. We do, of course, lose to Jack 9 offsuit, 9-6 suited. Both possible, but, like, our hand's strong, dude. So, I'm going to call. Yep. Let's go. Let's go. Classic eggs, dude. Absolutely classic. 31 million. Let's go, baby. Now we have aces. Eggs is all in. Now let's make sure that we get the money in before we disconnect. Let's not disconnect here with aces and 7s. Okay. Okay, and we're down to 7 here, chat. Nice little ladder. 956 cashed, and we are second place in the big Sunday. We have aces in the Super 215. Wow. There you go. Million chips coming our way. $206 Mountie? No? Oh, they had us covered. Damn, that sucks. Okay. Wow. I'm going to check, right? Like, it's a huge punt to bust in 6th when we're in 2nd with, like, big lead on these stacks. So, going to slow play ace-king off against the chip leader here. Pretty weird hand, though. This is an all-in against the 4-blind stack. Chop? Hell yeah, let's go. Take that down. That was a value bet with ace-king, but we win. We're all in here for 3.5 blinds. Take it down against Banani, and we're all in up here. Queen deuce 9-10. Oh my goodness. We get it in good with queen high. How? I don't know. 281 bounty. Damn, dude. We're really doing something out here, man. Ace-8 of diamonds. I think call either player, right? Like call a jam from either player. Ace-8's pretty good.
Yo.
There's not too much. We're back. We're back and rested and ready to battle in the streets. Thank you all for being here. Hope you're having a great day. Put some music back on for myself as well. I'm thinking... Mahler, Symphony number 5. Let's go. What's your favorite buy-in range? What do you prefer to play, low buy-in or high? I like high buy-ins, but it depends, right? It has to be on a site where I'm confident in the game integrity. And so, yeah, it's like there's some sites where I'm not super confident right now, so I don't want to fire it, you know? I don't like playing like 5Ks or anything like that because they're too tough and the swings are really big. But I like playing like 1Ks, 500s, you know, stuff like that. We don't have any of those on Party, but we have 320s, 215s, we have re-entries, we have some turbos and stuff. So, yeah. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it, man. Trying to get some people to subscribe on YouTube. Thanks, dude. Can't believe Raise Your Eggs 77 can afford to play in this economy. The high price of eggs is a U.S. problem exclusively. And since he's playing on Party, he's not there. So we're good. We're good on eggs. Much love from Austria. Love you, Jamie. Ventum. Thank you, yo. Appreciate you. You're going to buy some art. If I win some big money.
Is this a new streamer? Hi, Jamie in chat. Hello, Jim Lad. Good to see you. If you do come back here, let me know. I'll buy you dinner. Would love to. Listener. Would love that, brother. Hello, DFR. All in with jacks in the 55 mystery. It's ace queen. We got a flip. Starts well. No! All right, rip in the 55. We'll get the 22 now as it's time. We have 3 big hands on our big tables here. So with a check call with ace king. Whoa, big bet from Kevy D. Still a call, but I would have preferred to see a small bet for sure. We bust queen jack to ace 9. GG. And an overbet shove. We can't call there. Aces we have to check on the turn. Dang it, bro. That's terrible. That's some absolutely terrible vibes that just went down. All right, check call. Obviously bluff catching here. We lose to a flush. Wow, we could have lost more there for sure. We're still double stacking the Super 215, but yeah. Other tournaments, the 109 Big Sunday PLO, and then we're going to do our 10 spins as well, but I think we're content with 5 tables right now. Let's just chill with this. Big Sunday PLO, we'll late reg a bit more. Speaking of art, you know what I've actually kind of started? It's for me, it's like the last frontier, actually, in physical media, because basically most of what I've spent money on for myself over the last 4 years is artistic stuff. You know, art. Other people's art. Not like art supplies or anything, other people's stuff. So the first medium of art for me that I was into was physical art, you know? Paintings, photography, sculpture kind of stuff. And you guys have seen a lot of that throughout my house. And we acquired a lot of it on the stream. The next area of art that I really got into was literature, books. And this has to be a fold. And I really got into that, I'd say 5 years ago now, maybe. Was kind of like the start of it. And, you know, I have a good 1,000 books on my bookshelf or so. Pretty big library. Read 40 books a year or so. So, yeah, I've read maybe 200 or so since I've gotten back into literature from high school times, which is cool. Next up, film. Started collecting some old films that I hadn't seen before, like some of the classics of the genre, so to speak. Some classics of the medium, I would say. A bunch of historic films to sort of just like more understand the history of film over time. Started collecting that maybe about a year ago. Maybe like 9-10 months ago. And the last frontier, which music has always been a part of my life. My parents are both classical musicians, both retired, both still play occasionally. My dad plays regularly and my mom plays very occasionally. And I played instruments growing up when I was young. But I really I'd been kind of disengaged from music since like high school, you know? It's like I didn't really make any time for it in my life when I was working on other things, just because I was working on other things, you know? So I was never up to date with what was going on in music, but I've dove back in over the last year and a half or 2 years, having some discussions every week with my dad about classical music and learning about it. And I finally bought myself some speakers and a turntable and a CD player, and have started to get a little bit of a CD and record collection going on. So listening to that. And that's like, for me, the last frontier. There's no physical media left. That's it, dude. I mean, I'm not really interested in like collecting video games or anything like that. It's just, I've got music, I've got physical art, I got film, I got literature. It's like, that's it. I've got, my library of art is growing, and it's a fun thing, man. So anyways, all that to be said, been to used record stores, I think 3 times since I've got the setup in my living room, and searching for sort of hidden gems or groups I don't know much about. Like a good example is Rolling Stones, right? I bought a Rolling Stones record on Friday. You know, I've heard some songs from the Rolling Stones, but I've never like listened to them, right? I've never like listened to their album because they were before my time. I only know about them theoretically and just like name. I don't know. It feels like there's a good 30, 40 years of like popular music that I only know about because of marketing. I've never really listened to them. So it's going to be fun to sort of like explore the Doors and the Who and Alice in Chains and, you know, all these groups that I only know by name. And then likewise, like classical, there's so much stuff to explore. It's like the deepest genre of music in terms of how much is available, you know, because the history is, well, it's 1,800 years long, but really exploded, 300 years ago, I guess? 400 years ago? So there's so much to listen to and experience. So, yeah, anyways. I'll definitely be buying some more music and records this week. I'd love to buy some physical art. I actually do have to pick up a book. It's on order for a Japanese book club, so I got to swing by and pick that up. But music is the most likely this week, I'd say. What do you want to do against this limp, these 4? I mean, it's an option to just shove here, right? But I think probably check. It's a little bit too high likelihood that they're just going to limp call with like ace 8 or ace 7 or something like that, where we're not doing ourselves any favors. When it goes check, though, we're very likely looking at the best hand. And now we have 2 pair. Let's go for a bigger bet. No. Maybe I should size down there. It's a smaller stakes tournament. Trying to tell like a convincing bluff story is not that useful. I collect video games. It's glorious and really fun. That's cool, man. That's cool. Maximus Black, I know, collects video games as well. I don't know if you've seen his collection. That's a cool idea. The thing is, I don't have as big of a history with video games, so... And that I didn't have video games until maybe grade 7 or 8. My parents wouldn't let me when I was young. Unfortunately. Just sad vibes. But eventually we got a PlayStation 2. This call on the turn is light by me, actually. I think it's a mistake. I think I should fold the turn here. But we can definitely fold in the river. Easy. Man, I really got to take off these headphones, actually. Oh. Illness sucks, bro. Open King Queen in the 109 Sunday Party. Cool. And we're on the bubble here as well. Soft bubble. 3 off the money. But we'll put it in pink felt. Hey, Grant Wheeler, dropping the 42-month resub. Good luck today. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you very much, man. Thank you for the resub. We had good stacks. We no longer have good stacks, but it only takes 1, so it's okay. It's all right. How about you? Are you playing today, Grant? Thank you, man. I've seen Maximus's collection in the background a few times, yeah. Looks pretty extensive, bro. Looks pretty expansive. I'm a little worried here with Ace Queen, which is reasonable. We're drawing so slim against King 10, against Queen Jack, against 9s. And we're crushing against 10x against heart draws. Chopping against ace queen. Oh, there's a bounty in play as well. This is awkward, man. 2-1. I'm gonna call Queen Jack. No, we want to see. At least it's not King 10, but no, we want to see. What did you have for lunch? Sorry, it's a place called Fugazi Pizza here in Montreal at a Neapolitan pizza. It was delicious. It's a good go-to. It's like, it's not like a North American style, you know. It's more like an Italian Neapolitan style, sort of thin, light, airy, sort of fresh tomatoes, fresh mozzarella. It's good. Good for some like light pizza, you know, as opposed to like heavy stuff. Ugh. Guess I'm gonna call ace 9 here. What's your favorite pre-flop hand as far as playable post-flop, not pocket aces? Depends on how deep we are. I really like Jack 10 suited. It's a pretty fun hand to play. Jack 10 suited is pretty good. But I also think a hand like a 6-5 suited is pretty fun. A hand like ace 5 suited is pretty fun. Yeah. Those are all pretty fun, I'd say. Check back here. No games for me today. Would love for Party Poker or some other sites to offer some mixed game tourneys. I hear you, man. Mixed games are fun. It's just like hard because there's not a big player pool for them. But yeah, it is fun playing mix for sure. I love a game. Fold. And hand for hand continues here on the bubble. starting stack, double stack, half stack, and then 6x stack on the bubble. And waiting to get into the Sunday peel up, 109. Nice break. Nice break of chit chat, bro. So I can shut up for a second and rest me throat. But I'm probably not looking too good in the challenge against Matty right now because I'm not really cashing for anything. Raising a jam, we got a fold ace queen now. This is a big risk for them on the bubble in this earlier position. Ace queen is just not going to be profitable. Occasionally it'll be the best hand, but not often. But we raise this one. Definitely raise this one and try and get a steal in. We are the biggest stack left in this hand. Cello 3 bets. Oh, Cello. I do want to rip it in your face here, Cello, but I think it's probably a bad idea. Got to stay patient. A6, however, has some good potential against some stacks. Very annoying against a 2.5x raise in middle position. Just kind of strong on the stack too. I'm going to fold. Theory would call here, but I think this raise is strong. We can still play a 10 blind stack. Like, there's a lot of easy spots here. Folds to us, we shove easy, right? We would reshove in this spot with like ace. I mean, maybe not every ace-x suited, but a lot of ace-x suited. Ace-10 off plus for sure. Queen-jack suited, queen-10 suited, jack-10 suited, those sort of hands. A lot of profitable scenarios for us. Don't mind trying to stick a steal in here as well. Folds. How many hands do you play on average in a tournament? How would you estimate? It's going to be a percentage. It's going to be... I mean, sometimes when you get shorthanded, you play a little bit more. I would guess like 20% of hands or so. Dealt? Something like that. When you're full ring, it's less. When you're shorthanded, it's more. Wow, what a flop in the Sunday party. What an absolute flop, Dottie. Hand for hand rolls on. $50 bounty and 12 blinds. Do I want to gamble with King 9 for $50 here? In the big blind, for sure. In the small blind, I don't think so. I'm glad, because I would have jammed and they call and we'd be out. Which would have been crazy, Bree. But we survive. All right, we've made the money here in the 55. That's good. Let's keep battling it out. Runout's okay. Completes a flush, but it goes running nines, which doesn't complete very many pairs. Definitely calling for this price. We lose to a king, but we win there sometimes against worse hands that are just blocking, so that's okay. Okay, a couple spots here. First of all, with threes, we're going to go all in. 8.5 blinds, 6-handed here. But it looks like we're going to get a call. Based on the clapping here. Let's see. I don't know. Let's see. Nope, they fold. Okay. And the nines, 3-bet, takes it down. That's easy enough. I'm going to raise again here with 4-5 suited. Pretty soon we're going to start these spins as well. Because I think these are going to be our only tables today. I am definitely still recovering from the illness. Still a little burnt. Got to figure out what the heck is going on here, man. We got a Polish message on YouTube. I don't know what that says, but I'll translate it. One sec. Translate. Thank you for the reply. I wish you success today. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I believe it will be okay. Good luck. And don't thank me. Too late. And now you sent it translated. Well, thanks. Thanks to both, bro. Hell yeah. Hell yeah with the pocket nines. We're going to be all in. Like, pretty much no matter what. Even though against a raised 3-bet here, it's probably an all-in on this stack. We're just quite short. Wow, when he flopped the nuts here, too. So sick. This is a call with the bounty. Come on. No. Fold on our 1.1 million. Good luck and have fun. Hope everything is going well on your side. Thanks, man. ATX, cheers, man. Other than the flu, everything is good, bro. Everything is good, man. I fold the queen 9 here. What's up, baby? Hello, Getting So's, the legend. What's up, dude? How are you, man? Are you going to be in Montreal for the WSOP, which I think is like right away, isn't it? I think it starts pretty soon at Playground. Are you coming, Brick? Hope you're well. Excuse me. Yeah, it starts on the 24th, I guess, eh? Until the 5th. Or a little later than that, yeah. Cool. Do we want to bluff with our 5? I think check, especially picking up clubs. I really don't want to bet fold the turn, right? It kind of sucks. So we're just going to check. We make the flush on the end, which is cool. Let's see if we can double up here. Come on, Ramos. Bring it. Okay. No double up, but we got some chips anyways. Pick up a flush draw here. Let's bet. Stoic is the word of the day. Where do you get the word of the day? Is that like a New York Times thing or a dictionary thing or what? Interesting. I'll be at the Toronto one. Good luck, though. Cheers, man. Call once against Zack Attack 90, who we used to play with quite a bit as well. If it's the same one that I'm thinking. Check, check. We don't make 2 pair. And they pot it. Well, we have to fold, don't we? We've got the bubble going on here. Soft bubble, and we are one of the shortest stacks, but, you know, we're close. So that could be huge because I'm pretty sure both Matt and I are bricking so far. So guess fold in the carnival, but definitely not folding here, I'll tell you that. Take it down. Rolling with Jack 10, 4 off the money, but we are one of the shortest stacks, so we need some chips. Jack 10 suited is a pretty good shove hand here. And we take it down, which is cool. Down to 31. We are slow playing. Ooh, we got another all-in shove here. King Jack suited. 3 off the money this time, but still the shortest stack in the tournament. I will keep you posted on that, but we've got to play this King Queen up first. Call, call. Let them do their thing, 21. 9 is not the best turn in the river. Not the best river. Not the worst either. We still beat some stuff. Still getting a value bit here, I think. It's thin, but with the bounty, I think we want to. They fold. Well, this is looking bad in the 215 Big Sunday. This is looking real bad. Rejam. Heart! Ay-ya, dude. GG. Out of the 215 Big Sunday, it's another tournament in the Matty Ice comp. And another brick fest, Brie. Another absolute brick fest, dude. Ay-ya. Oh, well. It happens. It happens, and it will happen, I guess is what I mean. Queen 9. I'm going to get the spins going soon. I'm just going to wait till we're down to 3 tables, I think, so we can play 4. Excuse me. have Crazy Frog in my head because I saw a photo of a Crazy Frog album on the internet, and now it's there. I don't know what to do. Rippapatomas Rodham. Ripper of the month, Rippapatomas. Dropping the 19-month resub. Such Jimmy, good to see you. Good luck. Thank you so much, man. How are you? It's been a second, dude. I hope you're great. Thank you so much for the resub. Only the true dad fans get the reference, but, if you know, you know. Thank you very much, bro, for the 19 months. I appreciate you. Things are okay. Got the flu mid-February, so still sort of recovering. Still got a bit of pain going on in the throat and ear, but other than that, we're fine. And excited for the Party Poker Tour this year. Coming up, going to be a lot of live poker, which is a lot of fun. Yeah, life is good, man. Call with King 3 up here for 2,500. Check. What's up, Hawkeye47? Thank you, man. Things are good. Pocket Nines, Hannah Harlow. Goes to the raise on a 1.5 bounty. I think shove is the right choice here for 29 blinds effective, but that bounty's pretty juicy, man. Pretty juicy. Hmm. $11 to 14 in the 55 as we battle it out here. It's not a huge tournament or anything. First place is 1,100, but, be a nice chunk. I think call in position is better with sixes here. We do want some of these bountyable stacks involved, like that's part of the plus size. So the plus side, I should say. I'm going to jam from Buzz for 30 blinds here with the bounty in play, though. We need about 5% less equity than normal. I think we gamble here. Good luck. May you get better soon. Thank you, brother. Let's go. 164,000 and the bounty. That's our first cash in Matt tourneys here, basically. In the tournaments that count against Matty, we have entered 7 total, and there's only 6, so 1 re-entry. We've got our first cash on the board, which, you know, not exactly our plan, you could say. Queen Jack knocks out this player. Oh, and we're actually going on break. So you're watching Pokerstaples on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. I'll be back in just 5 minutes. I'm going to grab a drink. Stay with me. Like, it is a non-knockout, but there's a big difference between us and the other stacks right now. Even if we lose an all-in, we're still in a clear second. Definitely didn't want to lose to the dominated 10-8. That wasn't in my plans, but as I said, still in a clear second place. That's all right. All right, 3-handed. I missed the bust out, honestly. 2,500. 9s is great, and we're in 3rd. I think we raise this one. Bet call, and now we check to induce, right? This is like a much better board for the caller of the 3x than the raiser. We have a great hand to induce. It's not super vulnerable, right? Most rivers are pretty decent. So we just check call and then check decide here. River is a double-edged sword, right? There's not too many 5s that they're going to have, or 8s. There's some, but not many. The problem is it's not a great card for them to bluff on, which means if they bet, kind of wish it was more of a bluff card. Theory is just always going to call here with 9s because they're strong. It's just like a strong, hella strong hand, 3-handed. And I think I should, but I kind of wish it was like a deuce instead, you know? But we'll call. 3-5. I mean, I think their bet on the turn is bad for what it's worth. I think they should check the turn, not just because we have 9s, but because they're not getting value from anything on the turn, right? Like, maybe occasionally they get some thin value from ace high, but then they just value on themselves sometimes too. So like, what are you, you know, average in terms of my abilities? But in mine stuff, I had a bit more of an edge on average. Hold. Come on, let's go, baby. 35 million, we're back, chat. We are back, dude. 34 million, we're ahead of AC once again. Open 8s. Oh, man. Really, really awkward hand. I know I said this opponent was passive, but with these stacks the way they are, we need to limp. We must. Not such a good price. We're down to 4. We lost someone somehow. I didn't see it, but we are the shortest stack now in this one. We're going to bet with our top 2. They call, turns a 9. Bet the turn. And call with ace 10 while we're here. Probably 2 broadways, sometimes small pairs, but ace 10 is going to dominate often. I think they're going to raise better aces than this to call a jam. So we call up against king jack. We would have preferred it to be like ace 8, right? But king jack's fine. We're ahead for now. Let's go. Let's go. 52 million. I think we take the lead. We bet the turn. They raise. Roll in, right? Yeah, 2 pair for sure. Pretty hard to have a straight here. A lot of draws they can have. Roll in with king 8. We have a big bounty they're going for as well. King queen holds. Come on, let's go. We're in the lead of this tournament, chat. We are in the lead of both tournaments. Let's go, baby. King jack calling. Kind of want to check raise, but also a little deep to check raise here. Yeah, I'm going to check call against this opponent, I think. More golf content. It'd be fun, dude.
Problem is, it ends up being like a management problem. Is what kind of sucks about golf content. Like, you need employees to make good golf content, right? You need people to film. You're gonna have a lot of footage. You need editors. It's like a lot to make good golf content. You know, really fodder for the dumbest people out there. But the more interesting part about is why. By tiring people out. Again and again and again with so much change, I hope that's the strategy, right? Because if it's not, do we want to value bet here? It's pretty thin, actually. I think I'm going to check. There's already a lot of money in there. Limp, and if they jam, call, I think is a good idea. But they don't. So we bet flop, and then check turn to induce. It's working. It's working. Let's go. Limp here, actually. We are the shortest stack in the Super 215. All in. Hold to get heads up. Hold it. Pretty big pot, honestly. 18 million is a lot of chips. Come on, let's go. We're heads up to win the tournament. 3,600 cashed. So we've got a $1,900 heads up. Yo, we're back. Continue that video in due time. For now, we continue on our 2 tables. On our 4 tables, excuse me. We're going to play some spins as well. So hilarious. My brother Matt wins a $2,500 bounty in the 55 mystery bounty. But it is not part of the challenge. So it doesn't count on the leaderboard, which is amazing. Sorry, Bcar, if I offended you. I think you requested a timeout, didn't you, ATX? ATX Chaser redeemed timeout, 4,000 seconds. She timed you out because you asked for it. In other words, you asked to be spanked, and you got spanked, brother. There is no offense, I guarantee it. Not my own, I demand a refund. Well, there is a request of time someone else out. That's much more expensive, so you're bad, brother. Thanks for the stream, Jamie. Good luck today. Cheers, man. Thanks for watching. I'm on my last legs, dude. I'm on my last legs. Warming up the throat. eggs opens to 6,000. I'm going to call in position. Wow, this didn't go well with Jack 9. With King Jack, we flop an open-ender to the nut, which is pretty fun. Capsy goes for the check raise. I think I want a fast play here. I cover for a bounty. I mean, it's possible to have queen 10, queen deuce suited, 10 deuce suited, and twos, but they're almost surely going to squeeze tens and queens. And we are drawing to the nuts, and we cover for a bounty. And if we get them to fold right now with king high, that's great, you know. Queen deuce suited, one of those few hands. We have some outs against that, and there's one of them. Let's go. Let's go. 75 bounty. And we might be chip leader. We're second place. Hey, Baloo, dropping the 52-month resub. What's up, Baloo? Thanks, man. You're very kind, brother. I appreciate you. Hearts out in the chat. Okay. Pretty good spot. 10 of 11. We're going to run our way up that ladder now. 341,000. Covering cello. Bro, Balloon, I can't time out because she's a mod, bruh. She's a mod. How am I supposed to do that? It takes away her mod status, man. Stars gold today cross, or did he mean it? No, he meant it. I think he meant it. The keeper looked off his line to me. Like he was pretty far out of the net, so it looked like it was an attempt on goal. To me, anyways. All right, beautiful spot now. In both these tournaments, great spots. Mayonnaise Man is the chip leader. Yes. Is the chip leader in the tournament. It's a coup d'etat in the chat. There it is, man. What poker app is this? This is PartyPoker. And INL on Facebook.
Call for 3K with ace 4. Start with a check. And continue. We could check raise here, but maybe I will. I don't mind it so much. We lose a little bit more against like 5s through 10s here, basically. But think about what sort of range wants to continue on this flop. It's a lot of check raise. Definitely check fold the river if they bet again, but I think they have to float a lot on the flop, and they're going to turn all of their ace highs and all their backdoor hearts into bluffs on the turn. It's definitely a fold on the river if they bet again, but I do think we need to check call the turn just because they know they've got to continue a lot on the flop, right? That's the problem. Pocket Kings in the 109 Sunday party. We're all in for not a lot, 8 blinds. It's not our best stack, but you know. C'est la vie, how it goes. 40 is going to give us action. Whoa. Rest in peppers, dude. We are out of the 109. GG. Okay, we got final table hype, though. Final table of the 55 Masters coming to the FT with 300,000. 22 blinds or so. 21. Stacks are relatively deep. We've got some time. We've got patience to play here. So let's see if we can ladder our way up. We are guaranteed $146, but first place is $11.29 for the win. So that's what's up. I guess we can play $100 spins as well on table 3. I am going to go for a bet here. I think it's going to be really hard to get the showdown with this hand. So I'm just going to c-bet and then fold to any aggression. Give myself a chance at taking this pot. They can call in the big blind quite wide, right? Pot control, check back. Soccer, question mark. Nottingham over everyone? Nah, dude. Spurs. 61,000. We got a call here, right? Some straight draws miss, some flush draws miss. It sucks that the jack pairs, but when we make an ace on the turn and check, I think we had to call. Ace queens, had vibes. That sucks. Not expecting an ace there very often at all. Mostly a jack or a bluff. Yeah, so why don't we start these spins now? So if you're just tuning in, we have a contest against my brother Matt Staples today. 1 point is who gets the most cashes in these 6 particular tournaments. 1 point is for whoever gets the most cashes out of 10 $100 spins. And then the 3rd point is whoever wins the heads-up match we're going to play on Tuesday. This is going to be a call here with King 4 suited. And so cashes in the tournaments, we have a really good stack at the 215, but that's kind of it. That and this one are our last chances for big cashes in that. He's also not doing great today in those tournaments, though, so we'll see what happens. The spins, we have to play 10. So I think I'm ready to do that now. Winner is going to get a prize. The prize will be announced later. All right, so here's our first $100 spin. Keep going. Oh, let's go. Keep going, dude. $369. Nice. Nice. Against Beerus and Pokeriano. I got to take off the lobby because it's not true. That's not what tournament it was. Call for 20. Start with a check. It's going to be a check and folds. All right, 10-9. We raise under the gun, get a call under the gun 1. We're going to c-bet here with the gut shot. 3 ways. And we pick up a double gutter. I think we're all in on the turn, right? Like any 8, any queen gives us the best hand, and it's a great bluffing hand here. A lot better than like an ace high would be to bluff, right? It's better to bluff with 9-10 than it is with ace queen or ace 10 because we block the sort of hands we want them to have. They're going to fold to our bluff, right? So we go all in on the turn. They fold. We take it down. Bluff successful. Awesome. 300,000 chips. In 4th, although Matt is in 6th there. We're in 2nd now. Matt is in 6th place in that 215. King Jack's pretty good. But we get a walk. Okay. All right, okay. Threes is pretty good. Go all in over the top. We are above a starting stack. Hey, legend, good luck. What's up, Paderic? Paderic, what's up? Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you. And we're all in with ace-4 on the button for 8 blinds. Through, I'd say 1.5 opponents, right? Like this opponent with 3.8 blinds, we don't really care if they call or not, you know? It's kind of just a heads-up shove almost, as they're so short. Now I say that, this is a little awkward with 10-5. I think it would be a call if they went all in, but just barely. And we wouldn't be super happy about it, you know? Walk us. Yeah, let's go. Walk. All right. And we're all in with a piece of trash, but against 3 blinds, it's fine. We need a jack or a 6. We've got 33% here. Jack won't do it anymore. We need a diamond. No. All right. Rolling with Ace King on our final table. 55 Masters. Take that down. As the battle continues, as we trade chips back and forth. I don't think 7-6 is worth jamming here. It is 7 high after all. But Jack 9 suited is. Yeah, dude. Oh, no. Oh, no. That sucks, dude. All right. First spin overdrive is a 0. We still got 9 more chances, but obviously not how we wanted to start. Not how we wanted to start, man. I am going to try a really cheap bluff here and just pretend that I have a king. It's not bad when we have 3 to a straight flush, right? Like there's some ways that we can get to where we need to get to. And we win. That's easy. That's easy. Another playable hand here. There's links to all my social medias on Twitch below the stream. The chat bot is down at the moment, but yeah. If you go below the stream, there's links to all that stuff. But here we want to see a club, a 9, a 6, an 8, or a 7 on the turn. But not necessary. Okay, so let's get that second $100 spin now. Number 2. It would have been really nice to win the first one for $369, but it's all right. We can win this one, whatever it's going to be. $271. All right. Okay. Ooh, nice hand to start off. Call. Double up first hand. It's looking that way. It's looking good. Yeah, let's go. Beautiful stuff, man. Heads up against Burris. I'm going to limp to induce here with 7s. All right, let's win our second flip just to ship this one. 271. Oh, no. Ay-ya, man. Come on, dude. Okay. Well, we must battle. The first 3 are not at Nottingham. The first 3 are in London, and in Manchester, and in Glasgow. The last 2 are yet to be announced, basically. So, I don't know where the last 2 are, but I know where the first 3 are, and they're not in Nottingham. What? We fold here. It's just such an unlikely bluff, I think. That's crazy. We're getting wrecked, man. Off to such a strong start and then just bricks. Call here. 6 blinds with queen 8 is enough. It's queen 5. Okay. Nice. That's a good turn. We win the pot with the kicker. We're going to chop often there, so it's nice to actually win that pot, you know? Nines and fives with a 3 kicker. I think we want to check here. We end up chopping. Not so fun. I don't like bluffing here. We have like no equity. Almost nothing, dude. We got absolutely nothing here. We're down to 7 on the final table, 198 cash with maybe a hand that's playable. Queen 5 has got to be somewhat close here. I'm going to limp fold. Shove can't be terrible, but this has also got to be reasonable. This is a call with the bounty in play against Barry Swee. Need a queen or an 8 or some hearts. No club. Yeah, Barry. Come on, Barry. Please. Beat Jack 7. That's good news. Okay. We're basically tied here. And this could be for the title. Come on, King Queen. Come on, King Queen for 271 bucks. Gotta dodge. Gotta dodge a few things. We do. Let's go, baby. 271 cash. And we're on the board in the spin challenge, which is just great news. Come on, 271. And we'll go again. Okay, our next spin is for 208. That's definitely not the prize pool we were hoping for sure. But it's okay. This is our $300 in buy-ins. Our third spin. Take it down there, which is cool. We attend a World Cup game in 2026 in North America? Probably. Probably will, man. Yeah, I think the World Cup is going to be super interesting because... Oh, no, not the 4. Not the 4. Not just because of the football. Of course, the football is great, but because of the politics are very up in the air at the moment in North America. So I'm really curious how it's going to happen. Yeah. But probably I'll be going to a game, I would guess. At the very least, I'll be sweating World Cup big time. All in here. Queen 9 for 4.5 blinds. I think we go for it. Straight. We're back, dude. We're absolutely back. Aces against queens here. Oh. We're dead. That's sick. All right, we're out of the 22. Wow, that's sick. All right. We've got one last shot against Matty, and it's the 215 Super. And we're heads up against Pokeriano, coming back from the depths of despair. Oh, Barry, let's go. That's so sick, dude. That's so sick. We're in the lead. Let's go, baby. Wow, that's nasty. All right. Oof. Back-to-back folds, though. Even against short stacks, not so good. Kind of tie game here. Oof. Walk us. Walk us. Hi, man. What's up, Balantos? 3837. Queen 8's good enough. Oh, chop us. Chop us. No. All right. We lose that one. We lose that one. Let's make a peel against mayonnaise, man. Biggest X in spin you've ever had yourself? I think 25X. It's the biggest multiplier I've had. I think we want to keep our utility here. Like, of course, we're going to gain chips EV every spot like that we play here. But I think having a bunch of hands to choose from, potentially getting ladders is probably a better idea than the thin chip EV spot. So we'll do that. All right, let's play our fourth spin here. Spin number 4. $240. No, big end stay. Big end stay for me. I don't think he's had enough time. I still believe in the man. I said to someone earlier in the chat, if for me, where I would have enough is next year, if we are at a similar point in the season, not challenging for Big Six, out of all the cups, out of Europa League / Champions League, then it's time to move on. But like, to me, Ange hasn't had enough time. The players are still really new, melding together, coming together. I think you got to give him time to cook, basically. King Jack here, 3.5 blinds. I think we're going to go for this one now. Another King Jack. We check back with Queen 5. We'll call the turn. maybe double it up. 190,000. Winning a flip, which is gorgeous. Call ace on the end. Check, check. Lose to king 8. Thank you, Marco. Appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Hey, don't bet here, dude. Folding. How are you rating Brendan Johnson at Spurs? His dad was a legend at Forest. Him too in his own right was gutted when he sold him to you. Yeah, I really like Brendan Johnson. I think he's underrated. I think he sometimes, like, it seems like he lacks confidence to me. Not that I know anything about him other than what I see on TV, but it seems like sometimes he has some pressure on him to, like, find the quality finishes, and sometimes he's really on and he's doing it, and sometimes he's not. People are too quick to judge, I think, him and his quality. I think he's a good player. I'm glad he's a part of what we're doing. I really like him on the squad. I think he's great. I think who are guys that I don't rate so much on the squad, like Timo Werner is not really doing anything. Not a huge fan of how it's going for him. I'm blanking. I just had one, but so I would say, hey, let's go. We won $240. We got it done, baby. All right, adding 240 to our cashes. 240 plus 271. So we're up to 511 in cashes now in the spins, which is just fantastic news. We call in the big blind as the shortest stack, and we'll check jam here on this flop. So Madison is someone that I underrated, and I was incorrect. Madison has a big impact on the pitch every time he touches the ball. It's like a big deal. Like, he creates a ton of space for Sun and for people to excel. So, oh, what a sick run out. Let's go. Huge win there. Come on, baby. All right, we're up to 380 now. So I definitely rate Madison, whereas before I was kind of whatever on him. Poro is hit and miss, but, like, Poro's been pretty good the last couple games. Our defense seems to be our weakest section. I don't mind anyone, but I don't feel as if anyone is really a star on defense at the moment. So, yeah, I don't know. Muggy W, speaking about these politics, how do you feel about it? What's your biggest emotion? My biggest emotion? For context, anyone watching, I am a Canadian. In Canadian politics at the moment, there's significant threats from the country to the south of us for our sovereignty, and economically, you know. I think the biggest reaction is anger. Probably is the biggest emotion, right? Yeah, I'd say anger and frustration, right? I think and there is a general, like, powerlessness feeling when, like, big global politics are going on and things are changing and you don't like how they're changing. It feels as if, like, there's not much you can really do. And that's uncomfortable, right? you just kind of, you know, you can speak up and you can make a difference in terms of like making yourself known. And, you know, it doesn't convince people that are really polar in their views, but people that are sort of on the fence and trying to sort through how they think about things might be able to rely on other people's viewpoints and the reasons why to sort of help them come to their own conclusions. So there's some value in that, but like, you know, whatever I do is not going to change the course of the coming history that we'll live through. Yeah, the uncertainty is uncomfortable. There's certainly some questions in terms of, you know, what if scenarios, what would I do, right? In various what if conclusions or possibilities. Yeah, so I think it's anger. And I guess the hardest emotion to sort of describe is well, there's a lot of discussion, I think, about a lot of people that are saying like, hey, we're not mad at you, American people. We're not mad at you, American players. We're angry at one person that's putting this in, which is Donald Trump, right? And I would say that's mostly true, right? But I don't think it's entirely true in that there is some level of accountability in that, you know, he just was elected. Like it is the will of the people to have him leading. And he didn't say that he was going to do this when he was leading. He probably wouldn't have won if he did. Probably would have swung it at least 1 or 2%. So like people can't be accountable for his decision that they didn't know about before. But there is some level of accountability to the populace for creating this, right? A very small amount per person, right? A micro amount per person. And that doesn't just disappear. It still exists. And then there's also like frustration at the apathy, I guess, of the populace, right? Of like, this is hard because again, like you can't really pin this on just one person. It's more so like, as a collective, you feel this about the group of people, and the group of people is made up of individuals. And how much of it belongs to each individual? Well, a very small amount, but it's more than zero, right? There's frustration at sort of the go with the flow apathy, sort of individualist viewpoint of people in America at this point with this going on, you know? I think there's a bit of an expectation that like we are more powerless than you. Reasonable people know this is wrong, right? Left or right, it doesn't matter, right? Like, you know, you can make arguments that tariffs are a good thing. I think they're not. But the claims on sovereignty, right? The claims for the Panama Canal, the claims for Canadian land, the claims for Greenland, it doesn't matter where you sit on the political spectrum. Everyone knows that's wrong. And so people's willingness to dismiss it away because they're on the side of the person that is advocating for it, or because they don't care enough, or because they're just going to focus on themselves as opposed to other people, that's frustrating, you know? That there's no principles behind the America that we all have had to live with and listen to the bragging about for our entire history of this like great, fantastic country that pats itself on the back incessantly, you know, is currently being exposed as a ruse in that it's interested in challenging the sovereignty of like a country that has done nothing but back it up at any beck and call over history, you know? It's like there's a bit more frustration than just the big Cheeto, right? There's something slightly deeper than that, I'd say, going on. So that's how it feels to me at the moment. And I'm really at the end of the day, like, if we can flip it to this individualism that I'm so frustrated by, I'm going to be fine, right? I have options. I'm common law, long time engaged to Rebecca. We've been together for 8 years now, 8 or 9 years, something like that. She's got a place in the UK. I would be able to go there and live there and be fine. Whenever, if I needed to, right? I've got enough money to sort of get through a difficult time in economics. I'd have to cut back on my living expenses, but I'll be okay. So, like, I'm going to be fine. It's still, like, not... It's not good, though. It's definitely, like, a really bad time to be living through, I think. So yeah, we'll see what happens, man. I don't know. Fool the King 3. So we're on the bubble now. We're 7-13. We have a nice 225 in bounties, and it's probably going to come down to this tournament between Matt and I on our challenge here. Gooberry, what's up, brother? Dropping the 4-month resub. Hey, Jamie, hope you're well. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate your support. It's the love of the chat. Thank you so much, dude. You never seen a 500, 100, 1000X? I've never played in one. I've seen them, though, for sure. Do you say "ayah" because you gambled with a lot of Chinese? Yes. Yeah, gambled with a lot of Chinese men back in the day, and "ayah" was common. And so, yeah, you just pick it up, Great times. Harry Kane carried Spurs. He is a legend. But I think that's too harsh, man. Kulusevski is a fraud? No, dude. Kulusevski is great. He's a massive player for us. Van de Ven may be star. Like, his speed is incredible. Do you like American booze? I'm very whatever about it, dude. Like, booze is not a huge part of my life. I drink, but, like, I would honestly say, like, once every 3 weeks. It's just not often that I drink, so very whatever about it. Usually it's red wine or gin tonic, so I don't know. I think this is just temporary to let Canada know they can't get away with anything, but in the end, USA and Canada, of course, are best friends. I think you're wrong, actually, about that, Marco. That may be the case, and that Trump is sort of utilizing Canada to play hardball, to sort of, as a negotiating tactic to essentially say, like, listen, we're not going to put up with any crap. You're going to give us what we want. And, sort of utilize the power that America has as a military force and an economy to get favorable deals to eke out more money. However, I think we are, of course, best friends will no longer be true. Like, we may collaborate, but I don't know if the anger that has been stoked by Donald Trump will succeed in the next, 25 years, to be honest. I'm not too quick to judge why he's doing these things and whether it's a bad thing for him, right? Like, I don't want to do that because it's easy to be dogmatic about it. Tariffs could very much just be a neutral action for the U.S. It's not necessarily a terrible thing for the U.S. It could be a neutral action for the U.S., and it's just a sadder world where there's no collaboration, and it's like, we're going to create a wall around us, and everyone else is going to suffer. The people within the wall, they won't necessarily benefit, they won't necessarily not benefit. It's just a different setup, right? Where I'm really guessing that there's a miscalculation is the effect of changing opinions. And I don't know his end game, right? I don't think very many people do at all know his end game. Very few. And there's a lot of speculation as to what it is. This is a pretty hand, but I don't think it's very useful in this stack, so I fold. But like I don't know, dude. Like most Canadians, I would say honestly, most Canadians would not go to the U.S. right now. Like that's not how you feel about best friends, right? Like I definitely wouldn't, you know. Like there's some scenarios where I would go to the U.S. if it was really important, if a friend really needed me, if I was going to get a shit ton of money, I would go to the U.S. to do something. But like, I don't know. Like I don't want to go there. I definitely won't be traveling to any like American poker stops. I wasn't planning to everywhere anyway, but like I definitely won't now. For sure not, you know? There is real anger with people. And it's justified as well. It's not frivolous. It's reasonable. So I don't think we'll be best friends anymore. I think we're very much setting up for more of an Irish-English relationship in the future, even just based on these small actions. And I don't know if Americans know that, but Canadians do. I don't know. Just so show solidarity with Canada, don't buy American, understand that the Yanks feel the same. This gives a bit more strength. I don't think all the Yanks do feel the same, though, to be honest. You call this a bad time? Well, if the state of the world continued as of it is right now, it's not the best time to be alive, and that there was a lot more peaceful times in like the 2010s, for example. You know, like from 2010 to 2020 probably was better than where we are right now. But it's setting up to be really bad times, I'd say. Raising a call. I think we call here closing the action. It's really cheap. And like sets are not great under final table conditions, but closing the action, I definitely think we've got the right price here. People who are saying it's a bad time because what is going on are also people spying $1 million houses, etc. I don't think that's true. You know, I do think that, you know, it's in the grand scheme of history over the last 100 years, it's not difficult to get enough food to survive, right? Like you can access enough healthcare to stay alive. You can access enough food to survive, and you're going to be able to get some form of shelter in most sort of countries around the world to where you can live and breathe. But I don't think the lower class and the middle class are living a higher standard of living today than they were 20 years ago or 40 years ago. We have more technology. We have more capability when it comes to healthcare. We have more efficiency, but I think life largely hasn't improved for that group of people over time. But of course, the average has increased tremendously because of the top end. And so that, in my view, the growing inequality split has people angry. Not necessarily that their life is getting worse, but that they have no share of progress moving forward and it getting better. They must remain where they are, where everyone else gets the spoils. So I think that's a little bit too dismissive in my view, Carl. Yeah. But, you know, and that's on an individual level, but like geopolitics wise, this is the worst time well, I don't know, since the Cold War, or like maybe the Bosnian Serbian conflict, Bosnia Serbia Croatia conflict in the 90s. I'm trying to think if there's anything worse in history that I'm kind of forgetting. There probably is. It's not like I'm the most knowledgeable or anything in this field, but I guess you have like conflict in Syria. You have you have some national disasters like the tsunami in Indonesia. 2000 killed a couple 100,000 people. You had COVID, of course, killed millions of people. But yeah, geopolitics-wise, it's like the most charged it's been in my lifetime of 33 years. I don't think there's been a more charged moment than right now. It's my view. What was your thought process shoving ace-10 to the small blind against the cutoff open? I thought they had enough hands where when they raise and I shove, they would have to fold a lot of them. And when they call, like, yes, they're going to have some better hands and we're not going to be doing so well, but they're going to have to fold out all their king, queens, king, jack, king 10, queen, jack, queen 10, jack 10, all of their small pairs. Like, none of those can call off. So basically, I just think it's going to make money. That's why. All right, so we've done 400 in spins. Let's do one more. Let's do our fifth here. We have 511 in cashes. And let's get our fifth going on. Another small multi. 51st say you will be assimilated. That's not going to happen. I'm not saying that it won't happen, that Canada isn't taken over by the US. I think that is possible to have that happen. But in terms of like, will our culture assimilate to American culture? I don't think so. No. The way the UK is going, are you sure you want to jump ship and land here? Yeah, I'm a big fan of the UK, actually. It's one of the only countries in the world where I actually like where they are politically at the moment. So I'm a fan. Yeah, I'd like to live in the UK, any of the Nordic countries, Germany, France, Canada, Spain, Portugal, not Italy, Croatia, Poland. Poland is a little risky at the moment. Switzerland is whatever. Belgium and Netherlands for sure in there for those. Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea. Where else? Cyprus. Greece. Slovakia, Slovenia, Czechia. Malta. Ireland, for sure. Anywhere in the UK or Ireland. Yeah, that's about it, I think. I'd be relatively happy in any of those countries. There's a lot of countries that I don't mind their political setup, but I think the quality of life is a lot lower. and so I wouldn't choose it. This is a little awkward with ace-5 here. Give it a go, I guess. And then there's a lot of countries where it's just a no-go, you know? All right, let's go. Winning a flip. One of the things that scares me, and like I don't do drugs. Drugs would not be something that fits well with my mind or my body, but countries that are really militant about drug laws scare me quite a bit, actually. Like I think Singapore is one of those where there's like actually death penalty and lifetime prison sentences for like carrying any amount of drugs. Like that sort of societal setup I don't like so much. So even though like drugs are not a part of my life, I wouldn't really be comfortable in those countries, I think. Obviously I could make it work if I had to, but wouldn't be my first choice. Sexual liberty and freedom is really important to me. Also a straight dude, not relevant to my personal life, but wouldn't want to live in a country where there isn't sexual freedom or autonomy for people to sort of exercise their sexual liberty over themselves. So that eliminates a lot of countries, and a lot of countries that have not so progressive views, even if it's not legally encoded. What do I do with 4 high here, 4 blinds deep? So that unfortunately does like eliminate a lot of South America, Central America, almost all of Africa, the Middle East. Eliminates a lot of the world, just even those 2 things. They're definitely not like majority opinions, right? Like they're in a world sense, progressive views, right? But to me, they're very straightforward. Damn, we gotta fold again, dude. We're tied. Jam for 5.5. What's the difference between Canadian and American culture? Well, they're very big countries, so you have to generalize that question. But I think, first of all, the origin of our country is like the reason that Canada came to be is because we didn't want to be American, right? Like that's the origin of Canada, and the separation of Canada and the U.S. was a decision to separate in the beginning. But also, like a lot of our identity, as we win $224 there. Let's go. Let's add that to the total. 735 cash. Let's go, baby. 735 cash out of 500 in buy-ins. We're doing it, dude. Let's go. So we share a lot of the same businesses, right? We share a lot of the same food. We share a lot of the same land masses. We watch a lot of the same TV shows, listen to a lot of the same music, right? Our cities look largely the same. We share a lot of manufacturing. We used to trade a bunch between each other. There's a lot like to the eyes that is very similar, but one of the main things is that in Canada, the cultural setup of the US is a melting pot, and in Canada, it's a cultural mosaic. So there is a much more sort of multicultural strength view in Canada. There's way more immigrants in Canada than in America as a proportion. And there isn't the same expectation on immigrants to become American. It's like, or to become Canadian. You become Canadian by coming here and upholding the laws of our land, but you can remain as you are in some way, right? So cultural mosaic is essentially like you have these patches of different cultures that come together to make a whole. And that's something that is viewed as a strength and makes us really different than the melting pot, which is you come here, you learn our ways, and you become American, and you live the American dream, which is sort of this unified, singular idea. In Canada, there is no Canadian dream. It's varied and it's different. So it's multicultural that way, in a way that the U.S. isn't. There's also like different cultural institutions, like different food, different sports that we play, different, myths and music that we grew up on, and festivals. We have French Canada as well here, which largely has been stamped out in America, although it does have its origins. And in New Orleans and sort of the East Coast as well. In Canada, it's still a really big part of our country. And economically, we pay higher taxes here. We have a larger social safety net and more social programs. You make less money as a high income earner in Canada. You also have less economic opportunity compared to your opportunities down south in the US. If you do the same job here that you do in the US, you're probably going to make less money, definitely less money after taxes, just because there is more of a free market opportunity south. But the trade-off is, of course, that like you have a safety net of where lower income and medium income people are doing better, right? They're closer to the highest earners of the society, and they're doing better. They have more opportunities. They have more of a safety net if things don't go well for them. And so that's a setup that we voted for and we like, and you know, all sorts of people that don't really think about it just kind of take the same approach as most people of like, we would like to pay less taxes. But for people that have really thought it through, it's like it's a choice of, hey, we're going to go for this setup, which is more market/social economy as opposed to just a market economy in the U.S. And the U.S. has social programs too, just less, right? So that's a really big difference, I'd say, right? We have a lot of Canadians that are the highest levels of their career, and then they move south because they can make more money. So then they just give up their Canadian citizenship because the ideals are not important enough for them to give up $100K a year or whatever. And so they just move south. Like Daniel Negreanu is a good example, right? All sorts of actors and actresses and like high level sort of business people. You know, there's a drain towards a better economic opportunity down south. So yeah, I would say those are the primary differences, but we are just different, you know, in the same way that like Irish and English people are different. It's like, yeah, okay, you know, you may have a lot of similar shops on the high street, but like everything we're about and where we came from is not the same. And to think it's the same is just an ignorant view, you know? It's not nearly enough nuance. I do find it pretty complicated actually because you know, it's not like I'm completely settled in terms of how much borders should mean in my head, right? Like it seems to me that the world is endlessly divisible. You can always like erect walls to keep out people that you don't feel as if fit. And you can always adjust the height or the group that are deemed worthy of being in the walls to influence things and change them, you know? And most of the time it seems like liberalism is attempting to tear down the walls and or lessen the difficulty of people outside of the walls. And then conservatism is trying to erect larger walls and or move the walls in slightly to cast out some of the people that were previously within the walls as no longer part of the in-group, you know? That's what it feels like to me anyways. And so, I don't know, like, Canada is a set of ideals and laws and shared history. But, you know, there's a lot of people in Quebec that would like to be sovereign and would like to draw a wall around their ideas and leave all the other ideas aside. In the same way that the U.S. would like to expand to have Canada within it because it'd be beneficial to the U.S. to do that. You know, it'd pick up a bunch of natural resources and defense benefits that would benefit the populace of the U.S. and Canada, by extension, would lose what it has. I don't know. I just find that borders are really not important to me as a person, you know? but I certainly don't want to like step backwards to become more regressive because a more regressive place wants us to. It's like, I'm going to fight to at least keep a status quo, even if the idea of a porous or unporous border is stupid to me. I'm going to fight for things to not be worse. You know what I mean? From my view. So. Why could you not live in Italy? Well, I could live in Italy, right? It just, sociologically and politically seems one of the least aligned in Europe. I could not live in a country where you have to use AC 24/7. No? Seems like a small sacrifice. Not too bad. Don't even notice AC. What do you think about homogeneous society being more stable? I think it's more stable for a subset of the population, right? Like if people feel threatened, then they feel more comfortable when they can look around and have something that looks like them looking back at them, you know? But I think those people are some of the worst among us, to be honest, if I'm being forthcoming. No! Fold, cello. Oh my God, how are we ahead? How did we get this in good with ace-6, dude, in the cutoff? Hold. Let's go! Holy crap, what a double, dude. That's insane. That's insane. All right, let's go. Yeah. I think there's definitely, I take what you're saying and I hear you in that there's definitely a subset of humanity that lacks enough courage to be able to live in a multicultural place. They feel too threatened, too uncomfortable, and they want to be insular. I would say that's a lack of courage, a lack of education, a lack of openness, a lack of support that leads them to feel that way. But I recognize that it is a truth of the least fortunate among us. So it's largely why I advocate for a state in the first place, in that I think government and the rules therein should supersede the wants of the individual, because it makes a better collective place. By being able to have rules that lots of individuals are not going to like, but a collective benefits from. So it's why I kind of like a more socialist setup than a pure market economy or a libertarian one. They don't, Marco. Why does USA treat Native people so much better than Canada does? They don't. First Nations, Métis and Inuit people have many more rights in Canada than they do in the US. And many more freedoms over their own land and autonomy. Neither country treats them fairly, but we treat them more fair. That is a fact. Call here, right? With tens, covering for the bounty. I think we just get it, Bree. Hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. Matty, you seeing this, brother? You seeing this 8750 coming our way? Let's go, Bree. 9-6-2 pair. Blind versus blind. We try and steal. Doesn't matter. They call and we win anyways. 1.3 million. We're chip leader? No, we're 2 of 5. Okay. And then here, we're up to 413,000, but 313 in bounties. Just saying. Just started a custom leather patch hat and apparel company, says Tim Dunlap on Facebook. Do you have somewhere I can make a hat and send it to you? Hey, bro. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, if you see Rebecca on the page, Rebecca, if you don't mind dropping a message on Facebook, like, hi, I'm Rebecca. It'll say Rebecca Hardesty. Or it'll say my name. You can actually message the page. So Jaime Staples, message that page, and then we can go from there. That's cool, man. Best of luck on your new venture. Exciting. I love hats. We're down to 4, 369 cashed. Would you pick up a gun for Canada if it must need be conscripted? Yeah, it's a question I've thought a lot about recently, actually. I'm really unsure. I don't know. Like, I just, I don't know if it's worth dying for. Like fighting against Nazis in World War II is worth dying for. Fighting against being annexed by another country when realistically I can move to a bunch of other countries and survive, and so could my family. It might be worth just living instead. And just sort of accepting the sadness and brutality of the world. But I don't know. Like, I definitely was on the Canadian Army page the other day and looking like, careers, like, could I be of use to this organization in some ways? Could I use my skill set to help them? I don't think I'd be a very good soldier, but maybe I could utilize some of my skills to help the Canadian Army. I've actually thought about it. I still don't know. I just finished a book like 2 days ago, Catch 22. Just had a book club yesterday talking about it, where the whole premise of the book is like the absurdity of war, but then also like the self-preservation, and is it justified to sort of put yourself before these ideals and survive, the absurdity of being a cog in the wheel, being irrelevant to success or failure. I don't know. I don't have the answer. I feel like I'd have to be confronted with it, Here's a political channel or a poker channel or streamers completely ignoring me in all of this. Fact agency audience. I don't think I ignored you. You said, so risky all in. I'd say lol, Biden best president in the world. D, lol. Brie, you haven't said anything I could say anything about, Brie. Listen, this is a poker channel as well, but sometimes we talk about other stuff too because, life exists. 5 of 11 here. We're going to fold to Matthew Bands. Call for 50,000. Checking the turn. I'm behind in chat as well. Anyone defending Trump doesn't realize the mere rhetoric of what he's saying is so damaging to every country involved. Whether or not the motives behind what he's doing, right or wrong, how he's going about it is purely destructive. It is really destructive, yeah. It is really destructive. Even just the rhetoric, I totally agree with you. And there is some level of frustration of the lack of accountability on the American populace of the effect of that stuff, right? In the same way that it was with the trucker protest, there was no sort of accountability for the effects that Elon Musk and sort of the funding of that protest from the U.S. had on Canadians and how it was against the will of this collection of people and their ideals. I feel the same way about like the Mexican border in the southern states, and that there's sort of no accountability from America whatsoever in terms of the economic situation is created, where obviously there's this huge incentive for this economic underdeveloped nation right next to it. Like they're just like, oh, it's your fault for sucking. It's like, well, isn't there any accountability for you, where you've created an incentive for people to like get drugs into this high-powered economy or to get guns into this high-powered economy? Like, isn't there some element of like, you need to have ownership over this problem as well, right? Like, you've created some of the conditions that lead to this issue, and there's no accountability, right? There's none. It's completely their fault and none our fault. And, you know, it's both, but it's like, it's so frustrating, that detachment from these like complicated issues, that it's completely the other person's problem all the time. It's tilting. I'm going to fold here, especially with the stacks the way they are. I don't think it makes a lot of sense. I'm going to open up Queen 8 here. Belgium and Netherlands aren't in good political situation either. Yeah, but they're similar to where we're at anyways. I'm from the UK, but I moved to Ibiza 12 years ago. Never looked back. Politics, never discussion here, thankfully. Man, I definitely wouldn't want to live in a place where politics was not a discussion. That is a nightmare to me. Finland sounds like a country for Jamie. From what I've heard of Finland, it sounds great to me too, man. It does seem like pretty perfect. One of the issues I have with Canada is our punishments approach, and Finland has a great one, in my view. You remind me of Rickon from Severance. I don't know who that is, but thanks, bro. The Queen Jack. Do I have to say, I appreciate you very much how you say it. I have some aligned views, but many that are not yours, but what you're saying doesn't get me frustrated like when talking with others. So all that to say, thanks for being comfortable to chat about these topics. Bro, here's the thing, chat. They're super important, no? They're super important. Like, we're alive. We're living, breathing in a collection of people on this, you know, on the standard cliche, the hurling rock through space. Like, this is crazy that all of us are experiencing this right now, right? But the decisions that we make collectively are so important. Like, it's so easy to dismiss them as like completely irrelevant and minimize minimize what's going on, right? But it's a defense. You've got to realize that like the apathy of dismissing all of this stuff doesn't have to do with me, not a big deal. I'm just going to focus on me and feel good about me. Like, it's a defense to deal with the absurdity of some of the decisions that are going on, right? Like, it's and I just think if you've got to preserve yourself, fine, right? Do it. Do whatever you've got to do to be content going through the world. But if you can stomach it, bro, why not face the music of some of these like extremely consequential things that are going on? To me, it's a much richer existence. It's less comfortable. It's less fun. Sometimes it's less enjoyable. And yet it is more raw and it is more real and it has more depth to it. To like confront the sadness, confront the anger, confront the ugliness of human nature and the incorrectness of some of our decisions. Like, to me, avoiding it is such a coward's way out. Again, I'm not saying if you're struggling with your mental health and you can't cope with it, do what you got to do. But if you can, opt the fuck in, bro. Opt in. We're going to die. All of us one day. Opt in. This is it. This is our only shot. I do think you're right about that, Muggy. I do think that Trump does want to be in the history books as the guy that made the deal. I also think that's his MO here. It also is a little concerning to me that if it isn't going well and countries don't make a deal, he'll probably just go further until he can. It's a little scary. Is it fair to say you've gotten more philosophical as years have gone by? For sure, dude. Yeah, 100%. 100%. But it's more like when the things that used to be important about me were largely satisfied, I was able to focus on things that were actually more important to me. When I felt secure enough in my life to where I could take sort of risks, I was able to take them. You know what I mean? That's the difference for me. Do you wear a hat cap indoors? Occasionally. A lot of Americans do it. Eastern Europe, it's common to take any headwear off indoors, only put it on outdoors. Sometimes, not all the time though. It's not super often. Check here, it's not a great flop. think we can agree that Canada is lucky to have the USA as its only real border country. It depends in what context. I feel really not lucky right now to have the USA as our border country. It depends what values you're measuring by, right? If you're talking about wealth, yes, being next door and being a trading partner with the wealthiest country in the world is of benefit, but vice versa as well, right? One of the most resource-rich countries in the world is a benefit to America too. Yeah, I would trade it at the moment, but that's just for what I find important. Defend with a6 suited, swing and a missile here on the swap. I remember when this channel had hundreds, if not thousands of viewers. If you don't stay relevant and keep things going, if you're going downhill, wouldn't you change it up? Just curious, not trolling. Well, we stream on 3 platforms now, so you've got to add viewers from all 3 platforms is a thing. Also think the poker content game has changed over time, It's like when we first got into it, it was like all about numbers on Twitch. It's like, how big can you make that number? And that was everything, And there's only one company that was paying for it. It's very different now in that it's more well-rounded in terms of what ambassadors are doing in poker. It's not a singular focus. There's also YouTube. There's also other social media platforms. Big thing of what I'm doing this year with PartyPoker is going to, all 5 live events, right? So yeah, I think you just adapt and evolve and change over time. But then, there's also an element of when I first got in, I was really insecure with my career because it was so vulnerable, right? It's really intense to have this big opportunity with streaming, but know that it could just disappear and you could be out of a job and you don't know what your life is going to be like and you really want this to be your life. I've been doing it long enough now where that fear doesn't really exist anymore. It's now it's much more important to me to be authentic to what I find important, to be honest. And if people don't find it interesting and poker companies aren't interested in having me as a part of what it is they do, then I'll figure that out. But that feels better, so that anxiety has sort of died, right? I also feel like it's a little passé. I think we have a passing moment, the Mr. Beastification of the internet, I think is passing. It hasn't necessarily passed on Twitch yet or YouTube, but it's passing on other platforms. Definitely TikTok is leading the way in this, where optimizing for eyeballs is not what people want to see anymore. They want to see something honest and earnest with some element of something underneath it, right? If you're always solving for how to make the number go up, which is how businesses operate, you might be able to make more money, but people aren't going to like it so much. So, yeah. That's kind of how I feel about it at the moment. All right, so we crash out of that final table for $369. That's not part of the challenge caches. But this is. And so it's going to come down to this against Matty Ice and I, probably. 6 of 11. We've also played 5 spins. We have 5 more to go, so let's get it. Let's get it. Let's go. Ooh. Keep going. No! Don't show me the finish line. It's even colder in Finland than Canada. Yeah. Is that actually true, though? I don't know if it is colder in Finland. Let's look it up. I feel like they're probably the same, but let's find out. Average temp in Finland. Let me look it up. The annual average temperature is relatively high in the southern part of the country, 5 to 7.5 degrees Celsius, which is 41 to 45.5. with quite mild winters and warm winters. The low in the northeastern part of Lapland is 0 to -4. All right, so 5 to 7 in the low part of the country. In Canada, daily average temperature near -15. No, see, that's wrong. That's not the average. Oh, -2.89 Celsius, actually. I mean, this is taking a lot of, like, the north of the country that is near the Arctic or in the Arctic Circle. I think I can raise this 10.9. So let me do, like, average temp in the city I'm in, Montreal, for example. And it'll probably be that similar 5 to 7. It's just month by month here, unfortunately. I don't think I can get a yearly. Here's the year, by the way. Average temperatures. So it looks pretty similar, I would say, to Finland. I would say it's probably about the same, honestly. But it looks like technically if you use the definition of Canada, we're colder. Not that we're competing, Brie. Top 2 pair against a flop straight. What are you on about, bro? 356. Oh, man, that was a big one, too. That's annoying. 9-8's going to be folded in early position. Name one country of a large size that you would prefer. England, Germany, as we bust in third. France, Spain, Portugal, Austria, Czechia, Sweden, Finland, Norway, Denmark, Ireland. Italy. Yeah, I think that's probably the list. But whether you consider them big or not, no. Like I wouldn't prefer Russia or Brazil or China, for what it's worth. But you find it weird when people call someone the best poker player in the world. Not weird, but naive. You know, it's just like that's not really how poker works. But you know, do your thing, 21. All right, so we've done 5 spins. Let's do our 6th here. I think I've done 5. Let me find out, actually. Make sure that I haven't done 5 already. Oh, that's wrong. I have done 6 already. I didn't include the buy-in there. Shoot. I've done 6, and we've cashed for... You can see all 3 here. 271, 240, and 224. All right. So we got 4 more. $261 is what we're playing for. Oh, Australia for sure. Yeah, definitely Australia, New Zealand. Definitely both of those. Japan. I don't know. The proximity to North Korea would not be great. South Korea. Cooler in Canada, there you go. Gonna fold the all in there, unfortunately. Let's raise up the queens. Matty Ice, now's the time, brother. Jam it in there. How about you, mayonnaise man? First place is going to be anywhere from 3,000 to 4,500, depending on how you do with bounties in this one. Oh, Mayo man. Do we call or do we jam here in fast play? I think jam. It's probably better. Please win. Oh, come on, man. Brutal. That sucks. Okay. Three blinds here. With the old 10 high, Bree. We've got a long way back. It's possible, though. It's possible to win this. We just need to win 2 in a row, and we're in the lead, no? Okay, 3 in a row. King, queen, ace, 3. We're behind already, dude. Pick up a beautiful king, queen. We're behind. Rip. That was our 7th spin. We've cashed for 735. All right, we go again. As we lose that all in for 175 bounty against Mayo Man. Unbelievable, dude. $254. All right, we got a full jack 7 to that shove. I don't know what the heck to do with queen 10 suited. Like, we don't want to raise fold queen 10 suited, do we? Like, this might be too much without antes. It can't be the end of the world, but it might be poor range construction. Maybe this is a limp fold. I don't know. Limp against Matty Ice, fold to a jam here. Excuse me. Montreal attempts look pretty similar to mid-southern Finland. There you go. Nice. My dream is to play poker in big casinos in South Africa like Sun City. They're old and famous, even more so than Vegas somehow. That'd be cool, man. I mean, it seems like we must call here with the open-ender, king-high, opportunity to bluff on the end. We don't need to because we made a straight. $254 would take us just under 1,000, by the way, so. This is our 800. We're still in the profit, but if we lose this one, we're not in the profit. Totally depends how Matty Ice does as well, though, of course. Fold the king six. I think a little bit too weak against the jam there, but it's basically a heads up jam. Basically. Give me back my king six. All right, we're heads up for $254 here. This blinds go up to 30-60. Jack four has got to be somewhat close. For 6 blinds. Whew. I don't know with this hand. I really don't. This is definitely a call. Good luck. We're ahead for a big lead if we can hold it here. 5 is good. 8 is bad. Rip. All right. Okay. Dang it, man. We're on a losing streak. King, queen. God, this hand sucks to have here. We're going to raise fold, I think. Thinking more historically, surely you wouldn't have wanted Germany, Italy, Spain, or the past as a neighbor. No, true, yeah. Definitely in the past, like, it's been great, for sure. This all goes back to the origin of US Canada being so interlinked, so that's a far open question. Far open question I asked, yeah. No, for sure. I mean, if you took the status quo of how things were before, things were great, you know? We had a great relationship. Everything was working between us, you know? But if we take it back to like World War II times, of course, like I wouldn't want a fascist dictator on my door. Definitely not, you know? Okay. Let's play another one. 2 more to play. This is the 9th spin. We've cashed for $735. So we're technically stuck like $65 in equity right now. But we were doing so well. We won 3 early. And now we're just bricking, Bree. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going. Nice, okay? Keep going. I don't want to see a finish line. Keep going. Oh, damn. Big one. 455. Okay. Oh, damn. Do you think it's weird that people have started saying quote and then it cuts off? I don't know what that is. Let's call a spizzy these days. I don't know what that means. So yeah, I'd say that's weird, Ryan. I don't know what that means, brother. Don't you dare, brother. Don't you dare, Matthew Ice. Hold against ace 5. Hold it. We're going to chop so often here. Oh, God. We hold. Fold the queen 9 and spin up here to that regen. How do we want to play this? I guess limp in is fine here. I'm gonna jam this in if Pokeriano folds. Let's see. Nice, they do. Dig down, 385. And we're in the final table bubble here. As Matty Ice raises, and man, it is tempting. I need a drink, chat. I haven't had a drink in 2 hours. And it's break time in 5 minutes.
Gonna go get some water. Maybe a little fisherman friend on break. That'd be nice. Let me go for a stab here. Pretending. I'm pretending. No, they caught us. We pretend again? Let's do it. I'm pretending. No. We're not trying to get the 7 of hearts to fold for what it's worth. But it's sad vibes, obviously. I think we don't get in 5-6. It is nice that it's suited, but it's 6 high. We're going to get called. We have 4 blinds. We don't have fold equity, so we just fold. Twos is a call. Because even though we're flipping at best, we can win a lot of chips here with this flip. And we actually are not even flipping. We're doing better than that. Against 10 deuce. No! Bricks, dude. We've played 9 spins. We've won 3. But unfortunately, that's only good for $735. It comes down to the last spin here as to whether we can get in the profit. First of all, we need to spin at least $265. And second of all, we need to win it. And it's break time in 3 minutes. It's okay. We can get it in time. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. What are we playing for here? Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. All right, we're playing for profit. 277. If we win this, we're in the profit, and we're over 1,000 cashed. Comes down to this, baby. Come on. It comes down to this. Check call is not bad here, I think. With the gut shot, let's redo a straight flush. 9 on the turn is interesting. Check, check. Probably check fold here. We don't beat enough. There's not enough that wants to bluff either. And down here, we've made the final table, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Damn, with no antes, eh? Final table hype of the 215 Super coming into the final table with my brother Matt, by the way, on 140,000. Yes, we're 9-9, but first place is going to win anywhere from 3,000 to 4,500 depending on bounties. So good luck to us. This is in the contest against Matt. So far, our only cashes in this tournament are this one, but it's $616. So good luck to us, man. And the last spin as well. It's either 735 in cashes or 1,012. We're going to find out. Oof. Folds, but painful though. Nice. Okay. Take us to 400 here, Beerus. Take us to 400. No. Okay. And again. Based on the speed of that reshove, I think 735 is our finish. But let's find out. Ooh, the ace-10 overcall is not so good. 7! Hold it! No.
No. We almost held it, bro. GG. All right, 735 in cashes in the spins. I don't know if that's enough to win. Quick break. You're watching Pokerstaples on Twitch. I'm going to play you some highlights, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. Let me grab some water. Stay with me.
In the Super 215. All in. Hold to get heads up. Hold it. Pretty big pot, honestly. 18 million is a lot of chips. Come on, let's go. We're heads up to win the tournament. 3,600 cashed. So we got a $1,900 heads up here. Good luck to us with a 2-1 chip lead. We lost a player on this table as well. We're 3 of 3, 981 cashed. Next page jumps up to 1,600 there. We're definitely the shortest stack by a lot. I think call, honestly. 7-6 suited is such a good hand. Oh, don't jam. If they don't jam, we get to raise and fold out all of their broadways, which is so huge. Yes. Okay, nice. So we're going to jam. We're going to call here as well, I think. They're going to shove any two in this spot. Holds. Let's go, dude. Up to 642. And here, like I said, we're going to jam. You know, they raise big pre, but they have so many broadways, right? And 7-6 like does fine against like king queen, but most of the times king queen's just gonna fold, so that's good. Reshove a6 suited here against the button open. We need an ace. Oh, no king. No king, no 10. Let's go, baby. We're actually in this tournament to win it now. 4-3, we're gonna fold to this bet on the end. All in for 9 blinds effective. 8.5. And 43% here. Not a bad odd spot here. Yeah, we're not going to get it done. They're up to 44 million. Can go either way there. The buy-in in this 25K guaranteed was $215. But you can actually get your way into this tournament in phase tournaments throughout the week. So you buy in for $22, and then the top 10% of the field moves into the 215 with their chip stack. The 9's blind versus blind. We raise, get a call, and then we check call on the flop. Ace is a good turn for our range, not very good for our hand of 9s, right? If you want to bluff, we don't bluff enough. We bluff, honestly, like a queen's going to call. We bluff a jack here, and that's it. So I think we just try and get the showdown with our hand, which does actually show down. Pretty cool. Big bet here with 2 pair. They probably have a bluff catcher most of the time here. In which case, we want to bet big to give them the impression that we're bluffing. But of course, 2 pair is very likely the best hand. I think I would call a raise too, because it doesn't make sense having a better hand here, really. It's really hard to check back, call, turn, and then raise river, unless they have like, I don't know, like 8-9, I guess. But that made like a bad call or something. Did we get a call there? We did by a 10. Nice. Good stuff. All right. So queen 4, but for 6 blinds, so we will ship it in there. Queen high is good enough for the win. Come on, let's go, chat. Winners of the 215 Big Sunday for 5,500.
What a print, baby. What an absolute print, Dottie. February 16th, you gotta love it. All right. Okay, final table hype, 9-9, the Super 215. Let's make it count. And we got position on Matty. We do indeed. 10 blinds. Good luck to us. I got a fisherman friend in, and it is lovely. Give me that sweet, sweet relief. Whew. Jimmy checking in near York in the UK. Good luck on the final table. Thank, Prez. Appreciate it.
I'm gonna put some music on for myself. All right, Mayonnaise Man is all in here. It's a really big jam over Olymp, actually. Really big jam. Fold to 5-4. So 616 guaranteed here, which basically, you know, would be a little loss. We have about 1,100 in buy-ins in the contest, 1120 or so. So we'd lose a little bit if we were to bust 9th, but of course, our equity is worth a little bit more than 9th right now. So let's see if we can do it. We got a voice message coming in hot from Matty Banks. Let's see what we got here.
Quick one. My session has been, I've fired a couple more buy-ins, couple re-entries in the 320.
Ooh.
I think I maxed out the Sunday party.
Ooh.
So I've spent more, but I do have 7 more blinds than you in this 215.
Ooh.
So it's clearly paid off for me. Best of luck to you on the final table. I'm going to be doing my spins tomorrow after I study all night, and we'll see where it all stands. Good luck on the final table.
There it is, Bree. Live update from Matty Yates. All right, so I'm probably winning in this thing right now. If we're to bust 7th and 9th, I'm going to win. Because I only have 1 re-entry in a 215. He re-entered 320s and stuff, so this has got real potential here. No, dude. Rip. 6, 12, 25. All right. All right, let me put that in here. And that's it. It comes down to Matty, you guys. So if you're on Twitch, I'm going to send a raid over to his channel right now so you can sweat his finish because it comes down to this. If you're on YouTube or Facebook, make sure you go to twitch.tv/MattStaples to check it out. We're going to be playing the heads up on his channel on Tuesday to see who wins between the two of us. If you're talking about me, though, you can check me out next Sunday here on this channel, wherever you're watching from. Thank you all so much for the support. I really love and appreciate you guys. And I love doing this with all of you, so appreciate your support. That's it for your